Exactly 2:20 a.m., September 14th, 2025. In the Stroganovo area, Leningrad Oblast, an operative from the Shchit-91 combat group, disguised in a maintenance uniform, successfully infiltrated the junction between Stroganovo and Myshinskaya. He planted a directional explosive device onto the rail fasteners. The entire action was swift, precise, and left no trace. From a hidden command post 75 miles away, a Ukrainian reconnaissance team monitored the entire scene via thermal imagery streamed through a fiber-optic UAV link. The signal traveled through a glass core thinner than a human hair, delivering high-resolution visuals without generating any detectable electromagnetic emissions. On the screen, the thermal feed appeared razor-sharp, the diesel locomotive glowing at 115 degrees Fahrenheit, each tank car holding steady heat signatures. Thermal output does not lie. It revealed that all 15 tank cars were fully loaded, carrying an estimated over 2.2 million pounds of diesel fuel. The connecting joints exposed clear weak points, vulnerable to impact. The train was moving along the single-track corridor of Luga-Gachina, heading toward the Gachina rail hub, the only surviving ground lifeline linking the Leningrad rear area with the strategic defensive belt south of St. Petersburg. The sheer volume of fuel on board was enough to sustain 3 armored brigades for more than a week. But the value of the train went beyond just fuel. After 3 separate road sabotage incidents near Luga earlier that month, the Luga-Gachina railway had become the last artery still intact. That was why Ukrainian intelligence elevated this convoy into a priority target. Cripple it, and the southern defensive ring of St. Petersburg would be starved instantly. The data was cross-checked. The air defense blind zone confirmed, the strike plan locked. This was not an impulsive act, but a deliberate plan, prepared in detail, waiting only for the prey to step into the trap to trigger a 2-phase attack. For the crew, this was a strategic transport, tightly guarded and cloaked in secrecy, but they had no idea the entire schedule had already fallen into Ukrainian hands. Every movement of the train had been reconstructed, pieced together from local informant networks using encrypted phones combined with GSM leakage from a logistics relay station. SIGINT technicians processed the packets, cross-referenced them with commercial satellite imagery, and built a complete timetable. Departure times, average cruising speed, crew changeover points, even the brief halts at secondary checkpoints, all digitized and overlaid onto a tactical map. Thus, the Shchit-91 combat group was able to reach the junction between Stroganovo and Myshinskaya and rig the directional explosive to the track fasteners. This device was never intended to obliterate the whole convoy. Its sole purpose, create a blast strong enough to derail the lead cars. Once the train came to a halt inside the air defense dead zone, the real strike would begin. At exactly 2:35, with the train less than 7.5 miles from the ambush point, a disguised truck hidden deep in the forest sent out an encrypted signal. Moments later, 4 FPV drones launched in a wide arc, each carrying a small PG-7 VL anti-armor warhead mounted on a reinforced frame. These were not off-the-shelf commercial drones. They had upgraded cameras with 56 times digital zoom, hardened data links in jamming environments, and sustained cruise speeds of 100 to 112 miles per hour. UAV-1, locked on car number 3. UAV-2, targeted car number 9. UAV-3, moved toward car number 13. UAV-4, held altitude, ready to strike the locomotive if required. Inside the cab, the train chief was checking engine oil pressure and coolant temperature. Beside him, the co-driver scanned the brake air pressure and steady speed readings. All parameters remained within safe limits. But they had no idea. Unseen eyes were watching every movement as the train crept toward a trap already laid out. At 2:50 a.m., the train rolled into the open corridor between sparse woodland and meadows. This was the marked gap in air defense, where the charges had been planted. Speed, 27 miles per hour. Recon drone feed confirmed No radar returns, no active jamming, no battlefield coordination signals from any supporting units within 15 miles. In the command center, the screen flashed status. Status tactically isolated. At the same moment, the message, "Fire conditions confirmed," was relayed from the UAV station to the ground assault team. Immediately, all control stations switched to attack mode. Cabin lights turned from green to red. The UAV screens locked targets, plotted approach vectors in real time, and streamed guidance to the FPV drones now closing in. Countdown displayed 60 seconds, 50 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. At exactly 2:51 minutes and 44 seconds AM, car number 3 rolled over the prepared section of rail. A pressure sensor under tie number 9 registered an overload. 0.4 seconds later, the closed circuit engaged. A string of small charges detonated sequentially along the fasteners and sleepers. The blast was not massive, but sufficient to shear the joints, bend the rails, and pry the wooden ties loose from the ballast. Nearly 985 feet of track instantly lost stability. Cars 4, 5, 6, through 11 slid off alignment. Some wheels skidded into the ballast bed. The entire train lurched, shuddered, and twisted under momentum. The speedometer needle plunged. Tremors rippled along all 15 cars. Inside the cab, the train chief barely had time to yank the emergency brake. The co-driver hit the alarm. Compressed air hissed as brakes vented across the train length. Nearly 2 million pounds of steel shrieked across the tracks. At 2:51 minutes and 50 seconds AM, the convoy derailed completely. Car number 4 tilted left. Car number 6 jumped axle, dragging the following cars into diagonal collapse. Couplers twisted, steel shells slammed together, fuel hatches burst open. Part of the locomotive listed sideways. Mid-cars skewed nearly 40 degrees off the main axis. Some rear cars vaulted off the ballast, stacking atop one another like hollow shells. Nothing remained in its original shape. The train lay overturned, exposed among shattered track and scattered rock. A few small fires smoldered. Fuel trickled into thin streaks under the tanks. The beast had been ripped from its path. The crew scrambled out, desperate to salvage the convoy, unaware that the real killing blow was still inbound. Now the train lay like a wounded animal in the field, awaiting either a miracle or to become carrion for vultures. And Ukraine had calculated perfectly. No guard posts within 12 miles. The nearest settlement was over 5.5 miles away. No air defense, no rapid reaction units. All that awaited was the finishing strike, the one that would cripple the train beyond recovery, severing the supply artery feeding the Volosovo front. The entire operation had been scripted in advance under the hard stop, fast kill tactic. Force the target to halt at a pre-selected site, then destroy it with pinpoint UAV strikes. At exactly 2:52 minutes and 40 seconds AM, from 3 directions, 4 FPV drones were closing in, less than 2 miles from the target. On the reconnaissance screen, everything was crystal clear. Stable speed, formation intact, altitude consistent. UAV-1 locked on car number 3, UAV-2 targeted car number 9, UAV-3 moved toward car number 13. UAV-4 maintained altitude, waiting for the order to strike the locomotive. At 2:52 minutes and 34 seconds AM, UAV-1 crossed the abandoned highway cutting through the forest, dropping to an altitude of 100 feet. The camera shook slightly in the low-level wind. The operator made 3 manual corrections to stabilize the view. Attack range, 1,050 feet. Dive angle, 24 degrees. The target zoomed in within 0.8 seconds. The reticle held steady. 2 seconds later, detonation. The warhead pierced through car number 3. Diesel vaporized under pressure. A jet of fire shot 82 feet high. The blast wave knocked car number 2 off alignment. Flames raced through the coupling pipe and caught car number 4. The locomotive cluster ignited. Fire spread with the wind. Dense black smoke rolled upward. At 2:52 minutes and 50 seconds AM, UAV-2 approached from the southeast. Target, car number 9, the convoy's center. Aim point, left side weld, just beneath the relief valve. The shaped charge punched through the tank wall, leaving a hole about 3 inches wide. Flames erupted, followed by a full secondary explosion. Cars 8 and 10 ignited in sequence. The 3 center cars burned as one. Thermal readings showed temperatures exceeding 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. 3 seconds after the second blast, UAV-3 locked in. Dive angle, 28 degrees. Speed, 107 miles per hour. Wind stable. Camera axis, steady. Car number 13 was ripped open. Fuel sprayed outward, igniting in mid-air. Flames spread to cars 14 and 15. The tail section was now on fire. The train had split into 3 independent fire clusters. Front section burning for over 10 minutes. Center, flames spreading at extreme speed. Rear, newly ignited, thick smoke billowing. No one could approach. Even fire response units, if any existed, would be unable to reach the site for the next 30 minutes. At 2:53 minutes and 20 seconds a.m., UAV-4 still hovered above, unarmed. The blaze at the front intensified, smoke now obscuring the sight picture. From the control station came a single command: "Finish it!" 4 seconds later, UAV-4 dropped to 130 feet, the camera locking onto the diesel locomotive. It dove at a 25-degree angle, accelerating to 110 miles per hour. The warhead punched through the 0.8-inch steel engine housing and detonated after 0.3 seconds. The explosion was small but surgical. The engine block shattered. The drive shaft split apart. The transmission was pulverized. The technical bay ignited from within. The cab twisted, the entire locomotive leaning 10 degrees to the right, dead forever. At 2:55 a.m., the convoy was now a corpse. 3 blazing clusters still roared. Black smoke churned upward beyond 650 feet, driven straight toward Gatchina. 10 seconds later, the reconnaissance UAV feed went dark. The fiber line self-destructed. Within 4 minutes, the control team had packed every device, wiped mission data from the buffer. Nothing traceable remained. On site, the heat kept rising. Fuel still burned. Partially intact tankers began cooking off one by one. In under 11 minutes, a Russian fuel train carrying over 2.2 million pounds of diesel had been annihilated. By 4 FPV drones, 1 directional explosive, and less than $10,000 in operational cost. But the fire kept raging. The locomotive cluster poured out heavy smoke. The center blaze started to wane, while a secondary detonation in the rear blew the hatch of car number 15 clear across the western field. Fuel slicks kept burning on the ground, forming a 500-foot line of fire trailing with the wind. The remaining cars grew hotter each minute, threatening new chain explosions. No one dared to approach for the next half hour. Total damage: 9 cars completely destroyed, 3 heavily damaged. The diesel locomotive shattered off its axis, unsalvageable. The rail segment between Stroganovo and Mishinskaya was warped across 984 feet, with at least 90 sleepers torn out. Regional rail traffic was crippled. Cleanup and minimum restoration would take no less than 72 hours. Less than 30 minutes after the strike, the first videos surfaced on Telegram. From the edge of Mishinskaya, footage showed 3 blazing infernos, smoke columns rising like pressure plumes over 650 feet high. By 6 a.m. the next morning, Russia's Ministry of Transport released its official statement, brief, formulaic: "A freight train experienced a technical malfunction and derailed due to track failure in Leningrad Oblast. No casualties. All cars were reported empty. Emergency crews are on site. No mention of drones. No mention of shaped charges. No mention of fire." But satellite images told a different story. 9 tankers burned out, frames twisted, hatches hurled dozens of meters away. Flames soared tens of feet high. The locomotive lay on its side, engine room obliterated. A smoke plume stretched nearly 2.5 miles toward Gatchina, visible even on commercial thermal satellite imagery released hours later. Opposition sources and Ukrainian intelligence confirmed the train was not empty. It carried diesel fuel, part of an operational-level logistics chain feeding the armored groupings south of St. Petersburg, a sector being reinforced for an expected counteroffensive later that month. Estimated losses: 9 cars, roughly 2.2 million pounds of fuel valued between $600,000 and $650,000. Locomotive worth about $2.5 million. Rail infrastructure damage requiring at least $350,000 for initial repair. Total material loss exceeded $3.5 million. Meanwhile, Ukraine's total expenditure under $10,000, 4 FPV drones, 1 fiber optic reconnaissance UAV, and a pre-planted directional charge. The southern Leningrad supply line was severed for 3 days. At least 2 armored brigades had to reroute through the secondary line via Luga, longer, narrower, more exposed to ambush. Subsequent convoys were forced to split, add escorts, and divert air defense assets, stretching Russia's defensive grid thin across the entire corridor. It wasn't just fuel that was lost, it was rhythm. The heartbeat of Russian logistics faltered. Across Western military forums, comments appeared within hours. 4 FPV drones and 1 mine. They burned an entire supply route. This is textbook asymmetric warfare and a warning to every other train. Russia lost over $3 million. Ukraine spent 1 night and 4 cheap drones. By nearly 8 a.m., the fires were still not fully extinguished. The locomotives smoldered. Core temperatures remained above 750 degrees Fahrenheit. Half-burned tankers lay twisted like carcasses across the open field. Black smoke still rose, and it wasn't just diesel burning. It was logistics. It was a system cracking from within. No rail line was safe anymore, no train could sleep through the night, and no supply route would ever again be taken for granted. At 7:50 a.m. on the morning of the 16th of October, 2025, a column of 22 Russian armored vehicles, the largest subgroup counting 11 vehicles including tanks and armored fighting vehicles, had just moved out of the Malinivka area. They were quietly advancing toward Shakov, the position where a Russian artillery cluster had been deployed to support a push toward Dobropilya. But none of them knew that every movement they made was being locked down by an electronic fire control network from across the border. From a ridge 9 kilometers to the southwest, a Furia reconnaissance UAV had trailed the column for 15 minutes, recording speeds, formation order, and the moment each vehicle crossed fixed markers. Its integrated FLIR sensors analyzed engine temperatures to determine which vehicles were heavily loaded and which served as command platforms. All data were encrypted and streamed straight to the Forward Artillery Control Center, where a 3-layer ambush plan was already set in place. On the commander's screen, the targets were clear. The lead group, 6 vehicles, 2 T-72B3s, 3 BMP-2s, 1 BRDM-2 reconnaissance vehicle. The center group, 8 vehicles, 2 BRM-1K command vehicles, 2 Ural 4,320 ammunition trucks, 3 MTLBs towing field repair trailers, 1 auxiliary fuel truck. The rear group, 8 vehicles, 3 BMP-3s, 2 T-90A tanks, 3 Kamaz fuel trucks. The total estimated logistics load reached more than 15 tons of artillery rounds, explosives, fuel, and technical equipment. Among that load were approximately 12 tons of 122mm artillery rounds, roughly 320 to 360 shells, enough for the artillery cluster to sustain fire for 72 hours straight. 21,000 liters of diesel divided across the 3 Kamaz trucks, sufficient to keep tanks, artillery, and mechanized units fueled for 2 to 3 days of continuous operations. A field repair node carried welding gear, recovery equipment, spare track sets, a generator, and technical first response systems for the front. Command and control, communications suites were mounted on the 2 BRM-1K vehicles, with the capability to coordinate artillery, UAVs, and infantry teams in the area. With just 22 vehicles, they could sustain the entire Dobropilia assault for 3 days, delivering deadly operational tempo, unless stopped. They moved in an organized manner at a cruising speed of 40 kilometers per hour, in a half-combat, half-logistics formation, having just left the cover of a fixed air defense complex. From this moment, the column would be alone for 20 to 25 minutes, exposed across an open depression framed by sparse reeds and pine forest, with no observation posts, before reaching the rally point on Shakov's edge. During this stretch, the column hugged tree cover, hoping to remain concealed, but they did not know that, with a precision intelligence network, Ukraine already had the time of appearance, the route, and had designed a perfect trap to funnel them in. Recon teams had surveyed the route early. The road the column had to take, one side radar masked by forest, the other side open fallow fields without a turning point, was ideal to stage a 3-tier strike with near zero escape probability. Ukraine's kamikaze FPV detachments were emplaced at dawn. Each team consisted of 2 drones, concealed within abandoned residential structures north of Shakov. Low terrain with dense shrubbery and crossfield rice beds, excellent for camouflage. Each drone carried a penetrator warhead weighing 2.5 to 3.0 kilograms, programmed to self-destruct after 4 minutes if it failed to hit. The guidance systems were tuned using orthophotos from the reconnaissance UAV, enabling the drones to fly low over the paddies, avoid RF exposure, and evade temporary emitter nodes the Russians had planted along the route. Meanwhile, an engineering team of Azov prepared remote detonated mines. The PTK-M1R and TM62 charges were not primed to annihilate immediately, but to force a miscue from Russian commanders. When a front wheel struck a mine, the instinctive reaction is dispersion, or a veer into open ground, or a halt to assess. That is when formation gaps begin to appear. When a command vehicle or an ammunition truck is pushed out of the column's center, it becomes isolated, easily locked, and then the most vulnerable to destruction. The key that makes it all mesh is timing. 1 minute late, and the column might have reached civilian hamlets. 1 minute early, and the artillery would have missed the primary aim. But if struck at the exact instant, damaging just 2 to 3 core vehicles, the entire spearhead must stop. 3 kilometers away, a Mavic 3 drone was operating at an altitude of 120 meters, tilting to hold a tight tracking angle. GPS parameters, transmitted images, and target recognition algorithms allowed surveillance teams to lock onto distinct heat trails and the spacing between vehicles. In infrared imagery, the command vehicle glowed like a beating heart, hot and steady, due to continuous comms operation. The fuel truck at the rear lay tarped, but heat leaking from pressurized pumps showed as a long, bright streak against the cool ground. At the command center more than 10 kilometers from the scene, the indicators on the screens changed continuously. Wind, southwest. Beaufort 2. Visibility, 3,800 meters. Russian side, UAV not detected, fire control radar not active, EW not yet engaged. That was when the trap closed. Everything waiting for the column to advance exactly 1,400 meters further, waiting for the command vehicle to enter the clearing between 2 tree belts, where the artillery could obtain the cleanest lock, waiting for the lead track to grind down onto a pre-marked rut. At 8, Furia reported, column turning into the Shakov intersection. A BMP-2 in lead accelerated. 2 tanks followed spaced 35 meters apart. The BRM-1K command vehicle rolled into the designated clearing. The coordinates had been marked 3 days earlier. In the command center, the Azov brigade commander hammered 2 encrypted lines. Go Alpha, confirm, BAT-M 270, target GR 6229, fire 1. The ambush was triggered. Immediately, M270 rocket artillery fired from positions behind Novopil. A salvo of M30A1 GMLRS cluster warheads was programmed to airburst, spreading lethal fragments down the corridor. 23 seconds later, warheads detonated simultaneously at 20 to 30 meters above the lead elements. A BMP-2 took hits. Its turret ring was wrecked. Smoke belched from the ammunition compartment. The crew abandoned through hatches. A BMP-3 suffered a left-track hit, lost balance, and toppled across the furrow. One T-72B3 took a glancing fragment and veered into the field edge, losing mobility. The other T-72B3 was buffeted by near-explosion debris, not critically damaged, but peeled away from formation and forced to stop for checks. In less than 40 seconds after the first salvo, the marching order had collapsed. Vehicles rearward braked hard and streamed out to both sides of the fields. Internal communications were severed. Each vehicle element improvised, attempting to turn or find exit routes. While the formation was in chaos, a directional PTKM-1R mine detonated under the belly of an Ural 4320 ammunition truck. The rear axle was obliterated. Loose 122mm rounds were scattered. Secondary detonations ignited, producing a fire column nearly 10 meters high and a backward shockwave. The BRM-1K immediately behind took a heavy fragment hit to its radio mast. The command suite was wrecked. The vehicle careened into the field and jammed on its front gear. The second Ural was blinded by dirt and debris. The crew lost directional control. An MTLB towing a repair trailer tried to edge clear, but its tracks bogged in the mud. Remaining vehicles began to split into the fields seeking escape, not realizing those lateral routes were exactly where Ukraine had prepared more TM62 and PTKM-1R mines. Seconds after the column dispersed, a BMP-3 rolled onto a side mine and overturned. Its turret separated from the hull. Immediately after, a following T-90A steering into the same lane detonated another mine. Its nose collapsed, black smoke spurting from beneath. 3 more vehicles were removed from the fight. The column found itself trapped. Ahead, swamp. Behind, fire and wreckage. Every escape lane was blocked by the very detours the commanders had trusted. But the strike was not over. As the wounded formation writhed, the vultures arrived. At 8:10, 3 FPV suicide drones from the Azov Brigade, staged 2 kilometers from the ambush site, launched in a fan pattern. The first slammed into the BRM-1K from the southeast at 130 kilometers per hour, punching through the radio control box. The explosion was precise. The cabin disappeared. The central command node was erased. The second impact targeted the rear Kamaz fuel truck. The drone penetrated the tank compartment and detonated. A massive fireball erupted, black smoke blanketing the paddy. The third swung in from the west, locking on a BMP-2 that was rotating its turret. The drone struck the drive cluster, destroying the main gun control. A short, sharp detonation. From order to the final FPV hit, 6 minutes and 41 seconds. No return fire was recorded, no suppression, no relief. 10 minutes after the last strike, ground reconnaissance teams moved in from the north, using low-level drones and helmet cams to document the scene. Imagery confirmed, 9 armored vehicles destroyed completely, 4 AFVs immobilized, 4 vehicles abandoned, 4 vehicles unaccounted for. By 8:50, the entire Russian column in the Malinivka to Shakov corridor had been neutralized. The Dobropilya strike severed the primary supply line for the Russian task group at Shakov to Mikilske. Tanks and artillery waiting on resupply of shells, fuel, and repair parts from the struck column were now left dry. The Russian mechanized brigade tasked with the western push was forced to postpone its planned breakthrough. Not for lack of manpower, but for lack of ammunition and fuel. In adjacent sectors, Ukraine recorded a 36% drop in Russian artillery rounds fired within 48 hours after the ambush. Some armored units canceled assault plans, shifted to passive defense, or requested resupply from the eastern flank. Logistic pressure shifted rearward, clogging an already strained Russian supply network. Organizationally, Dobropilya forced immediate Russian adjustments. The Malinivka route was designated a high-risk zone, forcing subsequent convoys to detour via Novodonetsky or secondary corridors, increasing transit time from 2 hours to 6 hours. Convoys were prohibited from traveling in large groups. They were split into small packets of 4 to 5 trucks, reducing per-move tonnage but creating transport congestion and sharply lowering throughput. Concurrently, escorts increased. More short-range air defense like ZSU-23s or Tor M2s, plus extra EW units. Escorts meant fewer combat units on the front line. Worst of all, every resupply corridor now required route clearance teams to open the way, making each mission longer, more manpower intensive, and twice as risky. These changes did not make Russia lose instantly, but they forced Moscow to expend time, fuel, and technical assets just to maintain the same operational tempo. In modern war, when tempo is cut and operating costs double without achieving breakthrough, you have begun to lose, even if not yet defeated. On the information front, Ukraine did not miss the opportunity. The Azov Brigade released a 2-minute UAV video the same day. The footage spoke for itself. A T-72 abandoned mid-road, turret cocked at 45 degrees like a broken neck, a BMP charred black with its track thrown 15 meters from the hull, the BRM-1K, the command center of the column, reduced to a smoking steel frame. Images spread fast across Telegram, military TikTok, Western press, and Russian opposition outlets. International media labeled it a textbook example of a multi-layered kill chain, from reconnaissance to EW, precision artillery, directional mines, kamikaze drones, and post-strike reconnaissance. Not a lucky hit, but an organized chain of destruction, layer by layer, minute by minute, roll by roll. The psychological impact was stark. When a well-organized column, with lead tanks, armed escorts, and repair vehicles, can be annihilated in 7 minutes by drones and precision rockets, the message is clear: nowhere is safe. Troops abandoning vehicles and retreating on foot across fields is not a sign of tactical defeat so much as an attack on the organization of their campaign, the logistics backbone. For Ukraine, Dobropilya was more than a tactical success. It proved that even without air superiority or heavy firepower, they could slow a major offensive axis through data, organization, and real-time response. For Russia, it was a warning. Resupply convoys, even armored and escorted, are not immune to a pre-planned ambush built on behavioral analysis, geolocated coordinates, and tactical blind spots. In 2025, the Donetsk battlefield is no longer a place for mechanized columns to move in silence. A few minutes lapse in vigilance can turn an entire formation into wrecks, scattered in a field with no one able to recover them. (00:15 a.m., October 26, 2025. Through the infrared feed of 2 Leleka 100 reconnaissance UAVs, the Russian hidden base appears in sharp relief, heat streaks across the bivouac clearly marking where a large concentration of material has been staged. 8 Ural 4320 military trucks, each carrying about 8,820 to 11,025 pounds of artillery ammunition. Nearby, 4 KAMAZ 5350 tanker trucks holding a total of 2,512 U.S. gallons of diesel fuel. They are massed beside a reinforced dome warehouse that has been marked as the battalion-level field logistics hub for the entire eastern Donetsk cluster. The total weight of materiel, fuel, and ammunition is estimated to exceed 583,160 pounds, enough to sustain the entire mechanized battalion for 48 hours without resupply. But the most striking detail, directly behind the base sits a colossal dam holding up to approximately 80 billion U.S. gallons, approximately 300 million cubic meters, of water. Within 15 minutes, a bold plan is sketched. Ukraine will turn the enemy's own reservoir into a weapon, creating an artificial flood from the dam's water. Objective: breach the Belgorod Dam's subsidiary control cluster so that a titanic surge of water will entirely submerge the Russian logistics node, wrecking any river-crossing plans. At 3:05 a.m., in a dense wood near Chuhuiv, 3 HIMARS launchers are pulled out from camouflage pits. The target has been locked using coordinate data streamed back from reconnaissance UAVs, 2 minutes after a final systems check. The order to fire is transmitted from the headquarters of Ukraine's 16th Field Corps. The Ready Fire status lights on panel number 2 come on, all 3 crews confirm. The 3 HIMARS roar to life simultaneously. Each launcher carries 2 GMLR-SER rounds, the newest GPS-guided rockets supplied by the United States, with ranges beyond 93 miles and exceptional accuracy. Each warhead weighs 200 pounds, a penetrator design with a heavy steel casing and a shaped charge core, specifically built to punch through reinforced concrete and detonate inside a dam's structure. A total of 6 GMLR-SER rockets are fired. They immediately activate dual GPS plus INS navigation, locking on the upstream dam coordinates at Belgorod, the strategic crossing point where the Siversky Donets meets the Russian logistics axis into northern Kharkiv. At the same time, northwest of Volchansk, from a prepared heat-resistant makeshift runway, 2 UJ-22 decoy UAVs sprint into the sky. These are low-cost stealth decoys improvised by Ukraine. Composite foam airframes that absorb radar, fitted with RF emission modules to emulate cruise missile signatures, creating an electronic bait that misleads Russian radars. The sole intent: to draw the attention of the 96 L6E radar cluster and a Panzer S-1 battery emplaced at Shebekino, less than approximately 11.2 miles from the Belgorod Dam. Flying between 492 to 656 feet altitude, the 2 UJ-22 decoys close on the Russian base at sustained speeds of 68 to 81 miles per hour, just enough to mimic the flight profile of a Neptune cruise missile. Each UAV is programmed to continuously emit electromagnetic signatures that replicate radar reflective patterns, RCS 5.38 to 6.46 square feet approach velocity, and the infrared signature of a Neptune warhead in terminal flight. An integrated active jamming package aboard the UAV simulates mid-course guidance signals plus an active radar seeker return, fooling both X-band and S-band trackers. At 3:08:54 a.m., a Russian 96 L6E radar detects the signature and classifies it as an approaching Neptune from the northwest. Immediately, a Panzer S-1 battery on alert 1.2 kilometers from the target is switched to automatic tracking. All launch tubes and the 30mm cannons pivot toward the northwest, precisely the vector the decoy UAVs are inviting. The Panzer S-1 locks onto the false target with millimeter-wave radar control, exactly as Ukraine planned. At that moment, while the Panzer family concentrates its fire northwest, 6 GMLR's rounds slice across the bends of the Siversky Donets, now less than 5.6 miles from the target. They fly at ultra-low altitude, only 148 to 197 feet, hugging the terrain to evade radar detection. All GNSS guidance was turned off at border crossing. Navigation is now handled by active terrain profile radar and inertial navigation, INS. Each round travels at Mach 3.0, roughly approximately 2,282 miles per hour, closing on the target like silent blades in the dark. 03:06:01 a.m. at approximately 1.86 miles out, the terrain profiling systems kick in. Algorithms immediately refine trajectories, adjusting impact angles to achieve near-perpendicular strikes approximately 85 to 90 degrees on the dam crest, where reinforced concrete density is highest and shock convergence is strongest. Here would allow hydraulic pressure from the reservoir to propagate and rip open cracks, triggering cascading hydrostatic failure. 03:06:50 a.m. 6 rounds sweep the river's narrowest stretch, the channel between the rugged banks by the village of Yarova and the hills southwest of Sviatohirsk. The Russian air defense network is effectively blinded. The only remaining defensive links are rear Tor M2 and Pantsir S1 units, but they lack engagement solutions at ultra-low altitudes. Just 15 seconds remain before the dam's body could be torn apart by 6 penetrator warheads arriving at Mach 3. In the Pantsir S1 control cabin, a junior-grade lieutenant notices the danger. On the infrared monitor, 6 tiny bright blips flash. Too fast, too close. Another officer shouts in vain, "That's not a Neptune, that's HIMARS." But it is already too late. Interceptor munitions were exhausted. The system is reloading and will not be ready for at least 15 seconds. 03:07:05 a.m. The first impact, round number 1, slams into the dam crest at the central spillway control area. A blinding white flash, followed by the detonation of hundreds of kilograms of penetrative explosives ripping through over 3.94 feet of reinforced concrete. 0.2 seconds later, the second round penetrates at the right edge, near the maintenance staircase and machinery chamber. Sparks erupt. A massive slab of concrete is hurled tens of meters into the air. Then the third, fourth, fifth rounds follow. The entire dam structure shudders as if awakened by an earthquake. 03:07:08 a.m. The final, 6th round tears into the reinforced axis of the left spillway valve, detonating inside the steel structure designed to withstand hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of water daily. But this time, the pressure comes not from water, but from penetration and fire. Each GMLRS-ER carries 200 pounds of penetrative explosive. The 6 strikes deliver a cumulative approximately 1,204 pounds of shaped charge explosive into a single critical point. The dam's structure begins to fail. A long metallic cracking sound, like steel being bent, echoes through the control room. The first fissure appears, running laterally from the third impact across the dam face. Water pressure starts to bleed through hairline cracks, at first a trickle, but within 4 seconds it turns into a white writhing torrent that rips at shattered concrete. 3:07:14 a.m. The dam breaches. Just 1.5 seconds later, the entire upstream embankment collapses. A vertical wall of water thunders downstream like a freed beast. A plume exceeding 98 feet erupts skyward. Over 530 million U.S. gallons of stored water surges downstream at speeds up to 43.5 miles per hour, carrying mud, rock, concrete fragments, and hydraulic shock waves. 2.4 kilometers downstream at the Russian field logistics base. The northern Lyman Forest Edge houses more than 80 troops, mostly logistics technicians, tanker drivers, and ammunition handlers sleeping in temporary tents. A few remain on watch or smoking after their shift. Within 5 seconds, the initial surge sweeps away 3 Ural 4320 trucks parked near the bank as if they were tin toys. Satellite dish masts collapse. The military mobile comms mast is swept away with its steel frame. An electronics bunker floods within 20 seconds, cutting all battlefield communications across northwest Donetsk. An officer screams into a dead radio, "We've lost everything! Re-establish the defensive line. Anyone hear me?" 03:08:00 a.m. Less than a minute later, the entire base is underwater. Ukrainian recon UAVs continue to circle silently, recording the devastation, preparing the strategic report that will shock the Russian General Staff within hours. 03:25 a.m. The Southern Military District Command Center in Rostov-on-Don lights up with dozens of alert signals. On control screens, icons representing UAVs, logistics vehicles, and forward radars flip to no contact. The supply corridor from north of Lyman to East Sloviansk, the same sector that saw heavy fighting yesterday, abruptly falls off the operational map. All communications from the Volodymyrivka rear base are severed. 0334 a.m., an urgent report is relayed directly to the Russian General Staff. A red headline on the operational telegram reads, "Complete loss of logistics base Volkostia due to hydrologic incident level 1." The body of the message freezes the command. 8 Ural 4320 military trucks, 2 KAMAZ 43,114 command vehicles, 4 KAMAZ 5350 fuel tankers, all swept away. Communications gear, ammunition stores, UAV hangars, wiped out. Casualties cannot be tallied yet, but initial estimates put losses at no fewer than approximately 80 personnel. 0337 a.m. observation post number 5 near Bilohorivka, which monitors the logistic raft crossings, transmits a final thermal image. One large heat patch dispersing, the last remnant of an Ural truck being dragged away, its engine still burning. The feed then dies. At the front, Russian artillery units waiting for resupply are unaware their rear base has been erased from the map. 0345 a.m. in Rostov-on-Don, the Southern MD command shifts to tactical alert. Within 30 minutes of the dam failure, at least 3 major riverine supply routes along the Siversky Donets are marked temporarily unsafe. Russian engineer units are ordered to conduct immediate terrain surveys, damage assessments, and provisional restoration plans. A sappers detachment with floating bridge gear, hydrotechnical repair teams, and field pumping units are dispatched from Shebekino and Stary Oskol. 4:10 a.m., an urgent internal bulletin from Emercom states, the downstream sections of the Siversky Donets from North Volodymyrivka to southwest Sviatohirsk experienced extreme hydraulic shock, with flows exceeding 43.5 miles per hour during the first 2 minutes. Riverbank structures, riverside roads, and temporary logistics infrastructure are likely 30 to 70% destroyed. The Russian Ministry of Defense immediately requests satellite imagery from Barzem and Resurs-P platforms and ground station telemetry, but heavy cloud cover and electromagnetic disruption from flares and tactical UAV activity render much of the data unusable in real time. Over the next 24 to 72 hours, Russian units near Vovchansk, Lyman, and northwest Sloviansk will face acute supply interruptions, notably in artillery shells, fuel, and medical supplies. Temporary bridges and minor dam crossing routes are destroyed, forcing Russian forces to rely on pontoon bridges or airlift, increasing airspace pressure along the logistics axis. A number of small resupply UAVs are trialed from Belgorod, but their throughput is severely limited. If reservoir levels remain critically low and the main dam cannot be restored quickly, the southern riverside of Sviatohirsk will undergo permanent geomorphologic change, impacting all wheeled logistics from fuel tankers to self-propelled guns. Mud, boulders, and debris will block rapid re-establishment of former routes. Motor pools, field refueling sites, and UAV hubs will need full relocation. Any attempt to rebuild the old line will take at least 5 to 7 days, while combat operations continue. This was not a conventional artillery barrage or a standard UAV raid, yet the hydrologic trap's effect is campaign shaping. Within 2 minutes, Ukraine transformed a hydraulic work into a weapon comparable in destructive effect to several dozen HIMARS strikes when measured by equipment losses and supply disruption. If Ukraine continues to replicate this pattern, striking geographic and engineering vulnerabilities, Russia's logistics network across Donetsk-Luhansk will constantly risk sudden fragmentation even without protracted firefights. That is the operational intelligence and the tactical cunning behind Ukraine's hydro strike. At 6:07 a.m. local time, October 27, 2025. Amid the thick morning fog blanketing the Donetsk steppe, where visibility had dropped to less than 984 feet, a column of 30 Russian armored vehicles was moving straight onto the T-0504 route leading toward Shakov. But what none of the Russian soldiers inside that convoy knew was this. Every movement they made had already been swallowed whole by the reconnaissance and fire control web of Ukraine's 93rd Brigade from the moment they rolled out of their staging point. High above the western sky, at an altitude of 591 to 722 feet, the electronic eyes of the 93rd Kholodny Yar Brigade were scanning non-stop, tracking the heat trail the convoy left behind as it crawled across the plain. They were Leleka 100 reconnaissance UAVs at high altitude and Mavic 3T drones at mid-altitude, sweeping continuously while flying beyond the detection arc of Russian radars, maintaining complete radio silence, only transmitting compressed data back to the command post every 23 to 27 seconds. The entire armored formation had just moved out of the coverage of Russia's electronic warfare systems positioned near Novotroitsk. Russia was attempting to establish a new mechanized launch pad, one that could put crushing pressure on the entirety of Ukraine's western Donetsk defensive line. To do that, they deployed a sizable force, 8 T-72B3 and T-80BVM tanks, the primary breakthrough element. 10 BMP-2/BMP-3 IFVs carrying mechanized infantry and supporting firepower. 5 MTLBS, transporting infantry, ammunition, and anti-tank teams. 2 UR-77 mine-clearing vehicles, engineering systems designed to blow open corridors, along with multiple Ural and Kamaz trucks hauling artillery shells, fuel, and communications equipment. The total force was estimated at 150 to 180 soldiers, carrying enough shells and rockets for Russia's general staff to believe they could smash through any Ukrainian defensive outpost on the southwestern axis of Kostiantynivka. But now they were fully exposed, caught in the open between abandoned coal pits, with no confirmed forward observation posts on either side. This stretch of land was a natural kill alley, with a sightline of barely 164 feet and almost zero chance of escape if ambushed. Ukraine had prepared for this exact moment. Along the sparse tree line to the south, anti-tank strike teams armed with Stugna P missiles, each team consisting of 2 to 3 soldiers, had already been deployed in secrecy. Every launcher was pre-mounted on fixed platforms, camouflaged beneath grass nets and soil mounds. Around them, FPV launch pits were hidden inside old trenches and foxholes covered with anti-recon nets to avoid detection from above. Farther back, the 155mm artillery batteries had pre-registered the coordinates of all Russian withdrawal routes, from the edges of the fields to the narrow escape corridor between 2 shallow ridges. All of it combined into a lethal, interlocking web of fire. Inside a forward field command bunker, 7.4 miles west of the ambush zone, UAV coordinators from the 93rd Kholodny Yar Brigade were silently watching every movement of the Russian column through a low-latency data link fed by Leleka 100 and Mavic 3T drones. At exactly 6:25 a.m., reconnaissance data showed the Russian convoy inching closer to the kill zone, holding a steady speed of 15.5 miles per hour, with each cluster spaced 1,312 to 1,640 feet apart, and only 1,800 meters from the ambush point. Less than 10 seconds later, the fire authorization code came through. The entire drone strike system shifted into combat mode simultaneously. Armed drones flipped their systems to ready. Control signals jumped onto the operational band. Electric motors hissed alive as FPV drones crawled out of their camouflage pits across the tree line. Up in the distance, the Mavic 3T confirmed, targets maintaining speed and formation. At exactly 6:32 a.m., when the Russian convoy was less than 0.5 miles from the kill zone, something in their movement changed, subtle but perceptible. Rather than sticking to the main dirt track, an easy target for pre-registered artillery, the convoy suddenly split across 3 parallel farm lanes that cut through the fields. On paper, it looked like a smart precaution: disperse the formation, avoid bunching up, reduce casualties if hit by artillery. But in reality, it only fractured the force into 3 isolated prongs, unable to support or cover one another. To the 93rd Brigade's operators, the Russian formation no longer resembled a mechanized column. It looked like a herd, fragmented, exposed, and ready to be taken apart one by one. Then, abruptly, an anomaly flashed across the reconnaissance screens. A Leleka 100 drone had been hit with sharp interference on the 2.4 GHz band. Its frequency sweep showed a sudden, cyclic spike, a textbook signature of active jamming within 3 seconds. Electronic analysis software pinpointed the origin. A Krasuka 4 Mini EW system, mounted on an MTLB chassis, had just activated full-spectrum suppression. If left unchecked, the jamming would wipe the entire drone network, knocking FPVs off course, or dropping them from the sky. Instantly, every drone platform switched to counter-jam mode. Recon UAVs activated FHSS, frequency hopping hundreds of times per second across 3 independent encrypted channels to evade interference. FPV strike drones shifted into IMU inertial control mode, relying on gyroscopes and accelerometers to stay on true course without external signals. The master control stream dropped to L-band, which Krasuka interferes with far less than 2.4 GHz. And to counter GPS spoofing, widely used across the Donbass, the drones auto-compared real trajectory with GPS data. Whenever deviation exceeded 1.5%, the drone instantly severed its GPS link and switched to full INS guidance. The result: not a single drone drifted off target. Artillery now had coordinates. FPVs now had targets. Stugna P teams along the tree line were now locked and ready. The type of drone used in the Kostiantynivka operation was a one-way FPV kamikaze system, directly controlled by the UAV teams of the 1st Battalion, 93rd Brigade. They were built for one purpose: approach fast, hit the weak point, and self-detonate with absolute precision. With 7-inch props, high-torque brushless motors, custom guidance, and integrated AI, each FPV could independently identify vehicle types: T-72, B-3M, T-80BVM, BMP-2, MTLB, and lock onto weak spots like gun mantlet seams, weld lines, and driver hatch joints. Even under heavy jamming, the drones stayed true, using inertial guidance. Maximum error: under 6.5 feet. Each drone carried a small HEAT warhead capable of punching through side armor, turret roofs, or engine compartments, especially lethal against BMPS, BTRS, MTLBS, and even tanks if striking their weak points. With adaptive guidance, onboard AI, and autonomous navigation when losing signal, the FPVs were unaffected by Russia's attempts to blind them. And ironically, the Krasuka's high-power jamming had just turned the EW vehicle into the brightest beacon on the battlefield. The next second, the first kamikaze FPV dove straight into the MTLB, carrying the EW suite. 14 seconds later, the warhead tore through the antenna compartment, its rear engine bay still open. The blast shredded the Krasuka system, incinerating the equipment and the entire crew inside. The jamming signals died instantly. The MTLB burst into a pillar of black smoke on the open steppe. The moment the jamming vanished was the first time the Russian column realized the true scale of the ambush. But by then, it was far too late. They were already deep inside the 3-axis kill zone. Some crews frantically swung their turrets, firing 125mm shells blindly into empty fields, shooting at shadows, at panic, at nothing. Several BMPs tried reversing in confusion, crashing into one another or getting stuck in old tire ruts, pinned between mud and shallow ditches. and only seconds later, the third wave of FPVs closed in, right as the lead T-72B3M in the northern prong attempted to pivot mid-turn, unable to complete the maneuver. The drone dropped to 7.5 feet above the ground, approached at a negative 28-degree angle, and slammed directly into the thin joint between the hull and the turret ring. The warhead detonated inside the primary ammunition compartment. The turret blew skyward, launched off its mount, while the overpressure flash incinerated the entire crew. This was the lead vehicle, the one responsible for passing orders forward. Now the formation had lost its head, forced to operate in total disorder. Moments later, a Ural truck loaded with 122mm shells attempted to escape through a side path, but the second FPV intercepted it from the front. The drone struck directly into the center of the cargo bed, packed with artillery rounds. The explosion didn't just destroy the truck, it triggered a chain detonation, each shell cooking off like inverted fireworks. The blast flung metal shards into the BMP beside it, wrecking its steering and sending it pivoting sideways, blocking the escape lane. From the west flank, the third FPV sliced toward an MTLB that was bogged down, hitting the weak point along its left armor plate. The detonation ripped through its engine compartment and command bay. The vehicle split apart, two jagged sections tossed across the ground. Another critical support link for Russia's infantry was gone. Not far away, a BMP-2 tried to reverse sharply to avoid incoming overhead UAVs, but collided with the vehicle behind it. The fourth FPV dove from above, piercing straight through the roof, the thinnest armor zone on the vehicle. Flames burst outward, the rear doors blew open. No one made it out alive. Russia's mechanized infantry capability evaporated on the spot. The T-80 BVM, equipped with a tall communications antenna, responsible for relaying signals back to the forward command post, was next. The fifth FPV stalked it from the east, closing in before striking the right side of the command bay. The antenna snapped. The comm suite burned out. The vehicle commander collapsed. Every internal coordination link in that salvageable cluster was severed. When the UR-77 Meteorite engineering vehicle attempted to deploy its line charge, the sixth drone plunged from 33 feet, driving straight into the explosives container. The warhead ignited the line charge backward, producing a rocket-like backblast. The UR-77 detonated violently, fire streaking across the dry grass, cutting off any possibility of breaching a path for retreat. Russia's engineering assets were eliminated in a single strike. Mobility gone. Following the FPV onslaught, the entire Russian formation fractured into isolated clusters. A group of 4 BMPs and MTLBs huddled together along the northern route, struggling to turn but trapped in sticky mud. Another group, 2 T-80B VMS, 1 BMP, and a troop carrying Ural, attempted to swing west across the field lanes, hoping to loop back behind their original line of advance. The remaining infantry, those who had dismounted, scattered toward the eastern and southeastern mounds, exposed and unsupported. But escape was impossible. From the tree line to the west, Stugna P ATGM teams were arranged in an L-shaped kill pattern, each team 656 feet apart, firing crosswise into the flanks of any vehicle that clustered together. From firing positions 5 to 6 miles away, Ukraine's M777 artillery batteries launched 155mm shells in fan-shaped patterns, 3-round salvos, targeting the northern and northeastern edges where Russian troops might abandon their vehicles. At this stage, Ukraine no longer needed brute force. They just needed to lock down each cluster and finish targets one by one. In under 5 minutes, the entire Russian mechanized thrust was frozen in the open. Above them, the Leleka 100 recorded every movement, every explosion. According to aggregated data, 15 out of 30 vehicles were completely destroyed. Another 8 vehicles were abandoned, burned out, mechanically failed, or stuck so deep they were unusable. The rest never made it out, unable to maneuver, unable to regroup. More than 45 Russian soldiers were taken out of the fight, most within a 656-foot radius of the impact zone. Not a single Ukrainian infantryman revealed his position. Not a single rifle round was fired. The entire operation relied solely on UAVs, ATGMs, and artillery, striking from beyond counter-fire range. The fields southwest of Kostiantynivka had transformed into a 500-meter kill belt, a corridor of flame and twisted metal. Tank hulls lay ripped open, turrets thrown over 328 feet away. Shattered windshields, shredded tires, and charred antennas littered the area like debris from a storm of steel. The dirt road was scorched, cratered with 8 to 12-inch impact pits, evidence of near-range artillery strikes. Black smoke rolled over the scene, thick enough to hang in the air for hours after the fight. After the ambush, Russian forces were forced to halt their advance. The 93rd Brigade held the ground and reinforced defensive positions. The T-0504 route, Russia's intended corridor between Shakov and Pokrovsk, was closed completely. Russia had no choice but to shut down the road, dispatch recovery teams, and assess the damage. The offensive was halted for more than 48 hours. Several Russian artillery and logistics units had to reroute eastward, adding more than 31 miles to their journey and causing supply delays across the entire southern front. The ambush didn't just ruin a single axis of advance, it crippled the coherence of Russia's entire mechanized push toward Pokrovsk. The 8th Combined Arms Army had to pause operations. Reinforcements from Horlivka were forced into a defensive posture, holding the Kostiantynivka-Druzhkivka line, confirmed by ISW, became the linchpin of Ukraine's eastern defense depth. The battle was a textbook example of 21st century warfare, where infantry are no longer shock troops, but the final layer of a three-tiered kill web. Ukraine delivered a harsh lesson. In modern war, victory is not decided by the number of tanks or the size of a formation, but by the speed of information, the coordination of multi-layered fires, and the will to terminate the target decisively. When the Russian convoy entered the kill zone, they carried the ambition of carving a steel corridor. When they left, only black smoke and charred hulls remained. At 3 a.m., October 5th, 2025, the Russian fixed offshore platform BK-1, valued at roughly $300 million, located in the Odessa sector of the Black Sea, had just begun its shift change. This was the most important eye of Russia in the Black Sea, one of the systems the invaders believed to be untouchable by ordinary electronic warfare. That confidence was precisely why the Russian officers aboard were paying more attention to their bottles of vodka than to their watch duties. They had no idea that, from this moment onward, both the BK-1 platform and the men aboard it had only minutes left to live. More than 100 kilometers away, along the coastal forests of Odessa, 3 Magura unmanned surface vessels belonging to Farata unit and the Russian Freedom Corps were being pushed off their hydraulic launch rails. Each vessel, less than 6 meters long, had been launched 3 hours earlier, completely silent, radar invisible, and radio silent. They carried 8 heavy FPV drones, each pre-programmed with its flight route, detonation point, and self-destruct range. Every drone was armed with an 8 to 10 kilogram shaped charge warhead, using a tungsten molybdenum core and RDX PBX class military explosive, the same type used in anti-tank missiles or bunker buster munitions. At impact speeds above 130 kilometers per hour, the warheads could generate a plasma jet capable of piercing 60 millimeters of steel or blasting through 1.2 meters of reinforced concrete, enough to collapse the rig's supports, destroy the relay deck, or blow apart the thermal shielded relay tier. BK-1 was no longer a civilian oil platform. Since June 2023, according to joint intelligence from Farata and the Russian Freedom Corps, the platform had been converted into a radar relay, electronic warfare, and sonar node. It served as an intermediate anchor point within Russia's multi-layered air defense grid across the Black Sea, effectively a floating radar base. Once it was gone, the entire corridor between Snake Island and the Tarkankut coast would become a tactical blind zone where no radar could see. That was precisely why it was chosen. But the prey wasn't defenseless. Around it, Russia had established 3 layers of active protection. Layer 1, a Podlet K-1 ground radar capable of scanning medium and high-altitude objects within a 250 to 300 kilometer radius, but blind near the sea surface. Layer 2, surface wave radar and sonar sensors mounted directly on BK-1, designed to detect surface anomalies, yet vulnerable to small, slow objects. Layer 3, automated 14.5mm machine guns and thermal imaging sensors mounted on the upper decks, capable of firing within 3 to 4 seconds of target lock. Farata had been tracking BK-1 for 90 hours using a single Beaver-type kamikaze UAV, flying alone, without GPS, without a data link. Weighing barely 50 kilograms, it relied solely on an inertial navigation algorithm combined with terrain matching. Like a nocturnal predator, it slipped past the Podlet K-1 line undetected. That drone revealed everything: the radar's rotation cycle, its dead intervals between pings, and even the blind zones between the rig's technical decks and lattice frames. Electromagnetic reflection maps, multispectral satellite images, and AIS data confirmed it, the shift change. At 3 a.m. was the most vulnerable moment for the entire outpost. The 3 Magura V-7 vessels advanced quietly in a pincer formation, closing in from 2 axes. The formation was designed not only to split detection risk, but to cut through each surface wave radar band and thermal corridor Russia had layered around BK-1. The lead vessel at the center acted as the command and coordination node, carrying no UAVs, but functioning as the external brain of the entire strike. It handled navigation, received signals from FPV drones, transmitted final commands, and relayed encrypted satellite data back to Farata's control center. Mounted on its hull were anti-jamming modules, FLIR cameras, and mission recorders, all operating in full stealth mode. The second vessel, holding the left flank, was the primary strike carrier. 4 heavy FPV drones sat on 30-degree angled launch rails, prepped for release. Their targets were the western sections of BK-1, the rotating radar post, relay chamber, main electrical hub, and AIS repeater. The third vessel, on the right flank, handled decoy and diversionary strikes. 2 of its 4 drones were programmed as bait, emitting strong heat signatures to mimic engine exhausts and lure the rig's automatic guns. The remaining 2 drones would attack from the southeast, targeting the satellite uplink module, auxiliary power bay, and pressure valves on the lower deck. The formation cruised at a constant 14 knots, following 6 carefully chosen waypoints that avoided coastal surveillance cameras and 36 D6 radar clusters. Throughout the entire mission, all 3 Maguras remained in full passive mode. All commands transmitted via internal laser channels and ultra-low frequency bands. At 3:10 a.m., the formation reached 6 kilometers from BK-1. On Farata's FLIR screens, the platform appeared as a glowing block of steel, each heat source visible across the spectrum. The rotating radar dome, relay control room, auxiliary power bay, and AIS satellite modules on the starboard side. All marked, each one would vanish in less than 5 minutes. At 3:13 a.m., the second and third vessels simultaneously opened their launch bays. Composite hatches slid aside, revealing 8 FPV drones seated on hydraulic launch cradles. Warheads pointed at the rig like knives poised to leave their sheaths. There was no warning siren, no beacon, only a faint activation pulse across the wet deck, and in the next instant, the first drone detached from the hull. Acceleration climbed with linear thrust, hugging the sea surface at under 3 meters altitude. The second drone followed less than 5 seconds later. One by one, in the pre-programmed sequence, they launched along 3 corridors plotted on the tactical map. Each drone carried an assigned impact point, attack vector, and an approach time optimized to the BK-1 radar rotation cycle. Everything had been calculated to the second. 2 of the drones, acting as decoys, ignited strong heat signatures, simulating internal combustion exhaust plumes, then climbed to a higher angle to draw the platform's automatic guns away from their true arcs of response. A fight without ammunition, reliant on the opponent's reflexes, that was the plan. From the stern of V-701, the FLIR suite tracked every streak. On thermal imagery, BK-1 resolved into distinct hotspots across the spectrum. The top rotating radar dome, the mid-tier relay room, the lower auxiliary power bay, and the AIS plus satellite antenna cluster on the starboard side. 1 minute after launch, one of the 2 decoy drones entered the field of view of the top-tier infrared sensor array. The system instantly switched from monitor to automatic defense. The 14.5mm machine gun mount slewed under the IR recognition algorithm and achieved target lock in 2.9 seconds. No human confirmation required. The guns opened fire. Drone number 7 was struck at 90 meters, detonating mid-air. A globe of fire hung for several seconds before falling into the sea. Thermal sensors logged the target as neutralized. Inside the control cabin, a technician exhaled lightly, convinced the strike had been foiled. But in those 4 seconds, with the autocannon still sweeping the wreckage, 6 operational drones slipped past the remaining air defense layers and closed in from the other 2 axes. The formation was now 2 kilometers from the target. At 3:14 minutes and 42 seconds a.m., the final decoy performed its act. It produced a maximal heat output, a faux combustion core simulating a diesel engine, leaving an IR trail over 90 meters long. Its flight path cut up to a high angle from the northwest, the sector with the broadest field of view but also the most susceptible to distraction. The top-tier thermal sensor classified the contact as a high-speed kamikaze UAV. The internal threat algorithm immediately escalated the alert from yellow to red. The 14.5mm autocannon on the watchtower angled toward the northwest. The platform's surface wave radar rescanned on a low frequency to reacquire the target, but the decoy's altitude profile caused it to be misclassified as the principal threat. No one suspected it was bait. A burst of 15 rounds shredded the decoy drone. It detonated in the air, a fireball so intense that the IR background rose by nearly 60 degrees Celsius. The platform's entire sensor suite became temporarily blinded by the explosion's thermal flash. Mid-tier sensors switched to noise suppression mode and optical cameras shuttered for 2.5 seconds. That 2.5 seconds was the golden window, enough time for the remaining 6 drones to enter their final approach. They dropped altitude below 3 meters, accelerating from 90 to over 130 kilometers per hour. Rotors screamed in the dense sea air, but the upper sensors were still pinned on the decoy. Each drone flew its designated corridor, skimming structure, slipping through gaps between decks, tucking into camera blind spots. At Farata's command center, the status line read, "Final phase confirmed. All paths green. Lethal commit in 12 seconds." At 3:14 minutes and 50 seconds a.m., while the decoy's wreckage still burned in the sky, Lieutenant Igorov, the duty officer, turned from the radar display to check the firing logs. A strange glint skimmed across the edge of the bulletproof observation glass. He looked up. Not 1, not 2, but a chain of 6 dark streaks skimming the sea like a string of ink drops under a shining wave. In that moment, Igorov understood. This was not a false return, not surface clutter, not seabirds. "Drone, we've got—" he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the strange howl from the technical corridor as temperatures crossed safety thresholds. His warning was cut off by a thunder from the mid-tier. The lead drone had struck. The impact hit exactly at the junction between the main switchgear and a high-frequency filter. A shaped charge detonated inside the sealed transformer compartment, producing a backblast that tore a steel hatch outward and spat a jet of flame into the technical corridor. The main breaker charred black, and the mid-tier power bus was severed. Flames raced along cable trunks. Smoke began to fill Technical Bay 3. At 3:15 minutes and 5 seconds a.m., drone number 2 swung across the port side and slammed into the signal relay room. Fragments from the warhead punctured the internal control board. Electrical arcs flashed repeatedly for 3 seconds, then all status lights went off permanently. The top-tier radar lost drive control, freezing at 121 degrees before dying. At 3:15 minutes and 9 seconds a.m., drone number 3 struck on a flank, diving into a maintenance gap and ramming the mechanical azimuth bearing of the radar. Impact angle 36 degrees. The shaped charge destroyed the bearing assembly. The mast, over 5 meters tall, cracked and toppled to the starboard, embedding itself in the deck. Shrapnel riddled the upper deck, shattering blast glass and severing cable runs. At 3:15 minutes and 13 seconds a.m., drone number 4 struck the apex of the transmitter tower. The collision detonated the anchor block for the cable winch. Much of the transmit mast was consumed in the blast and collapsed to the lower deck, belching a column of thick black smoke. Fragments flew off the rig, a length of fiber cable wrapped around the third-tier railing, burning like a fuse. At the Tarkankit Radar Center, the feed from BK-1 vanished. Only a red, blinking message remained. Connection terminated. BK-1 offline. At 3:15 minutes and 17 seconds a.m., drone number 5 penetrated via the lower egress duct, striking the auxiliary power bay. The secondary detonation from the high-voltage energy storage module ignited the emergency bus, destroying the automatic fire control panel. The firefighting system shorted, hoses failed to pressurize. Flames rolled into the duty crew sleeping area below, 2 technicians scrambling for respirator masks. One suffered third-degree burns, the other did not make it. At 3:15 minutes and 21 seconds a.m., drone number 6 detonated prematurely after colliding with debris, exploding before reaching its assigned point. At 3:15 minutes and 21 seconds a.m., BK-1 descended into complete chaos. Black smoke blanketed the deck. FLIR thermometers registered hotspots exceeding 840 degrees Celsius on the mid-tier. A section of the third-tier railing collapsed into the sea. Shock waves radiated out to 80 meters. One lifebuoy deployed automatically, but no one could reach it. Inside the command cabin, every light was out. Internal comms were dead. At this point, V701, positioned 4.3 kilometers away, began transmitting the post-strike confirmation packet to Ferrata. The payload included imagery of the burned deck, thermal maps of the fire spread, a structural tilt measurement, 2.6 degrees, radar freeze frames, and the drone bait's kill cam. The connection was encrypted and sent over a military satellite link to the command node in Mykolaiv. From there, the package was cloned and distributed simultaneously to 3 recipients, Ferrata, HER, and an OSINT verification cell. Within 90 seconds, the first video clip was uploaded to the internal share. Immediately after, all 3 Maguras initiated self-destruct routines, destroying control modules, memory units, and navigation stacks. A micro-circuit burn sequence triggered by reverse polarity currents charred the central processors. The comm modules emitted a final pulse and then cut permanently. At the Russian Naval HQ in Tarkankut, the first report arrived at 3:17 a.m. Logging. Loss of technical contact with BK-1. No AIS, radar, or optical feedback. Possible equipment malfunction. Everything was labeled system fault. By 3:25 a.m., commercial satellite infrared imagery analyzed by Western OSINT teams confirmed the fire. Telegram military channels like Vonkor Kotonak and Rybar began circulating claims. An offshore rig near Odesky may have been struck by drones. The rumor spread like oil on water. At 4 a.m., the Russian Ministry of Defense officially issued an internal alert demanding absolute confidentiality regarding the offshore incident. At the same time, the Black Sea Fleet ordered reconnaissance vessels to the scene, but all they found was the rig's blackened carcass, smoldering, with white smoke seeping from fractures along the technical deck. Rescue ships moved in, but refused to put divers in the water for fear of remaining mines or unexploded ordnance. During the first 6 hours, Russia's official information channels remained silent. In stark contrast to that silence, Ukraine immediately released an edited clip from FP5 drone number 1's camera and satellite imagery taken after BK-1's radar feed went dark. With the BK-1 operation, Ukraine did not merely destroy a radar station, they redrew the control map of the Black Sea with a cold, deep cut that cannot be traced back. From now on, every Russian platform in the Black Sea, even those protected by radar, autocannons, or infrared sensors, will have to ask itself, am I the next target? And whether the next Magura has already left the shore, or still lies quiet beneath the forest canopy, waiting for the one perfect moment to switch off yet another of Moscow's eyes. At 3 a.m. on September 29, 2025, in the Karachev area of Bryansk Oblast, Russia, a low-altitude Podlet K-1 radar station on the outskirts of Karachev simultaneously registered an unknown contact from the southwest. The indicator lights on the control panel switched from green to yellow, marking an unclassified target entering the scan sector. The radar screen began to flash repeatedly. Return echoes appeared as blurred, unstable patches. The operator leaned close to the screen, rechecking speed and heading. A cluster of low-level objects was approaching on a 236-degree bearing. Speed, approximately 150 kilometers per hour. Altitude, 80 to 110 meters. RCS, highly variable, unstable, poor returns. The classification algorithm displayed large bird cluster over low profile, UAV threat level low. Thus, no alert was triggered, no escalation of the alarm state. But what the screen showed were not birds. They were a swarm of decoy UAVs that Ukraine had dispatched, compact UJ-22 drones, modified from commercial platforms. They were designed to mimic the flight characteristics and radar signature of a wave of cruise missiles. Each drone was a provocative decoy carrying 4 simultaneous tasks: pull Russian air defense focus off axis, force Panzer, Tor, and S-400 units to activate radars, exposing their locations. Overload classification algorithms disrupt the intercept chain. Simultaneously send back a live map of actual air defense coverage to the Ukrainian command center. The formation flew at about 100 meters altitude, spaced 1.8 kilometers apart, heading straight for Karachev. At exactly 3:05, when they were closing on the real target, the Electro-Dedal plant at 17-kilometer distance, they emitted wide-band jamming pulses, causing the Podlet K-1 and Panzer fire control radars to display scattered echoes, as if a formation of cruise missiles were inbound. Immediately, the Panzer S-1 cluster at Karachev went to combat mode. The 1RS-2E fire control radar began tracking the strongest return within the decoy swarm. 1 minute later, 2 57E6 missiles left their rails, enabling command guidance seekers, but they lost track of their target shortly after launch. The continuous tracking algorithm slid off because the decoy UAV's RCS fluctuated in rhythm by design, combined with their zigzag flight path, forcing the tracking radar to update steering angles constantly. Each heading change skewed the illumination beam, so the tracking system no longer had a stable return to maintain an engagement vector. At 36 minutes and 30 seconds, both interceptors detonated prematurely in the air. No effect. An officer on watch blurted out, "Can't lock, decoys." no one would confirm. While Russian radars still wrestled with the expanding decoy swarm radiating east of Karachev, two TEL launchers hidden under the forest canopy 40 kilometers apart in Sumy Oblast simultaneously fired 4 Neptune cruise missiles. Each warhead carried up to 200 kilograms of semi-armor-piercing explosive designed not to demolish a whole building, but to perforate, burn from within, and render an industrial system uncontrollable. Each launcher completed its firing sequence in under 10 seconds. Neptune 01 and 02 left Launcher 1, separated by 0.8 seconds. Neptune 03 and 04 were launched 1 minute 30 seconds later from Launcher 2 on a 41-degree offset axis. Their target was the Elektrodetl manufacturing plant, Karachev, Bryansk Oblast. Elektrodetl is a critical military-industrial node producing components for more than 20 Russian defense enterprises, including cruise missile systems, Nebo-M radars, and Orlan-30 UAVs, plus control electronics, radar subsystems, and missile components. Internal technical reports from 2022 recorded that 70% of mid-tier Russian connectors, from Bars 1 communications to thermal sighting modules, were manufactured at Elektrodetl. Destroy the right technical nodes, and the entire assembly line can be disabled for months, even years. The 4 missiles divided into 2 independent attack groups, approaching the plant from 2 cross-flank directions to create intersecting attack angles, beyond the simultaneous reaction capability of any single Pantsir or Tor battery. The entire flight path had been pre-programmed using the real air defense footprint that the decoy swarm had just forced Russia's radars to reveal within the previous 4 minutes. What looked like dispersed interference was in fact an active reconnaissance phase, determining the orientation and reflectivity characteristics of each air defense node. It allowed the Ukrainian targeting team to compute the gaps between radar cover layers where Neptune would glide in unseen. All 4 missiles flew close to the ground, holding altitudes between 35 meters and 42 meters, entirely beneath Russia's radar horizon. Cruise speed for each missile remained between 875 to 890 kilometers per hour, faster than a helicopter, slower than a fighter, but leaving less than 45 seconds for a reaction if detected at 10 to 15 kilometers. The entire trajectory was guided by a suite of asymmetric technologies, TERCOM, terrain-matching navigation against a digital map to keep the route precise, low-resolution infrared satellite imagery, identifying targets by thermal contrast, integrated thermal camera DSMAC algorithms using micro-image matching to fix strike points. When Russian air defenses were still locked onto the decoy swarm, these 4 missiles crossed the border from the southwest, where no Russian AD unit was actively tracking. At 3:06, all 4 Neptune entered the radar dead zone. They hugged the Bryansk forested terrain under 42 meters. Neptune was now less than 30 kilometers from the Elektrodetl plant. At near 900 kilometers per hour cruise speed, less than 2 minutes remained before impact. At 6 minutes and 14 seconds, the 1 RS-2E fire control radar of a Pantsir recorded the first intermittent return. A weak trace appeared to the southwest, an axis that had been neglected for 4 minutes. The signal flickered. Reflectivity barely rose above background noise. Estimated speed, approximately 249 meters per second. Altitude, approximately 40 meters. No IFF, no course change, no active radar pinging. The watch crew could not identify it, but instinct whispered, "Something is coming." Only 4 seconds later, Tor M2 in the industrial southern defense cluster raised a level 1 warning. The active phased array radar spun quickly toward the west, range to target 23 kilometers, time remaining under 60 seconds. But the control team was still recovering systems after the decoy launch. Power panels had just been rebooted. The battery crew was waiting for valid engagement data. Having been tricked once, Russian air defense entered an overcautious posture. No one dared classify the contact as a real missile or a residual scatter from the remaining decoys. At 36 minutes and 35 seconds, the entire Electro-Dedal air defense cluster entered a semi-alarm state. Internal alerts lit up, but no one had enough certainty to act. Afraid of another false intercept, they chose to wait for confirmation, a decision that would be costly. At 6 minutes and 48 seconds. With Neptune 01 less than 2,500 meters from the target, the watch officers in Karachev finally grasped the reality. The weak radar blip was not interference, not birds, not a decoy swarm. It was a cruise missile closing at nearly 250 meters per second, due to strike in under 10 seconds. The air defense complex descended into chaos. The classification, verification, authorization chain could not complete in time. "Automatic! Engage point defense!" the commander ordered. Urgent. A battery of 2 A-38 M30mm close-in guns from the Panzer opened fire. Rounds were swept along predicted lead lines, but the distance was minimal. Time was insufficient. No gun position achieved an ideal firing angle. As the guns began to fire, Neptune 01 entered terminal dive. Approach angle 17 degrees. Altitude 28 meters. Speed 245 meters per second. The missile had locked onto warehouse D4, storing thousands of connector batches for Russian military gear at 7 minutes and 6 seconds. The 150-kilogram semi-armor-piercing warhead punched through the thin corrugated roof right at the center of D4. The detonation occurred inside a closed volume. No vents, no windows, no pressure relief. Pressure in the warehouse spiked from 1 atmosphere to 13 atmosphere within 0.2 seconds. Shock waves hammered all 4 walls and reflected back to the center. Temperatures shot to 1,700 degrees Celsius. 5,000 connector batches, enough to outfit 40 Nebo-M radar sets or 60 Orlan UAVs, were reduced to ash in under 2 seconds. Seconds later, the D4 roof blew off like a pressure cooker. A 3 by 8 meter steel sheet was hurled over 70 meters before falling onto adjacent support buildings. Almost simultaneously, Neptune 02 struck from the south-southwest along a secondary service track. Its approach angle was 34 degrees offset from Neptune 01, a flank strike on the opposite side of the complex. Target, Auxiliary Technical Block K7. This section housed the 110 kilovolt transformer station powering the production line, the central compressed air cluster supplying pressure for welding, spraying, and molding. Rows of high-pressure gas cylinders, 18 to 22 atmosphere, stored in line. At 7 minutes and 38 seconds, Neptune 02 impacted the corner of the auxiliary building, at the junction between the power substation and the compressed air array. The fuse detonated after 0.06 seconds, tearing out the southern wall. 3 high-pressure industrial cylinders detonated in a chain within 0.7 seconds. Flame raced into unshielded industrial power cabling. At 7 minutes and 50 seconds, the complex lost power entirely. All sensors, controls, and internal distribution panels shut down simultaneously. Automatic fire suppression systems disconnected. Fire isolation valves did not actuate in time. While smoke from the first 2 blasts still hung in the air, Neptune 03 closed the final 18 kilometers at just 39 meters altitude, approaching from the northeast. This time the target was not a storage hall. It was the plant's heart. The main production workshop E3, operating 3 automated lines, precision spot welding, connector molding presses, and high-power PCB assembly. All lines ran on industrial power, continuously across 3 shifts, generating high heat and occupying open floor space. By now, the Northern Pantsir S1 had rotated back and was ready to engage. But classification algorithms were skewed by residual ground heat from D4, producing false thermal clutter. At 3:08 minutes, Pantsir fired its first 57 E6 with a time-to-target intercept window of only 3.4 seconds. However, Neptune 03 performed an abrupt 14-degree course deviation, skimming the edge of the workshop and exiting effective radar illumination. The tracking radar lost lock for 1.2 seconds. The interceptor detonated more than 60 meters off target, causing no damage to Neptune's composite skin, engineered to absorb basic blast impulses. At 3:08 minutes and 33 seconds, Neptune 03 struck E3. It pierced the roof in 0.03 seconds, delivering over 1,200 kilograms of penetration force. The semi-armor-piercing warhead detonated deep within the molding press core. Temperatures at the blast center exceeded 2,800 degrees Celsius, above the melting point of standard structural steel. The shockwave sheared CNC machine spindles, drove metal fragments back through the production line's control panels, and shredded programmable logic controllers. The compressed air cluster detonated 1.4 seconds later, collapsing the production framework in a progressive chain collapse. All equipment ripped from foundations in under 3 seconds. Thermometers at the transformer recorded radiant flux up to 360 kilowatts per square meter. At that intensity, polymers, wiring, and circuit boards ignite immediately within a 40-meter radius. Fire raced along shop floors, cable trays, and unclosed ductwork, automatic valves never sealed. Within 11 seconds, E3 transitioned from a local fire to a fully engulfed production line, uncontrollable. As the entire plant burned, Neptune 04 approached from the north, following the 110 kilovolt transmission corridor. This axis avoided TOR-M2, which was still re-slewing toward E3. No unit tracked the rear approach. Its target, the C2 control building, the only digital command center left governing the rest of Electro-Detal. Inside were production data servers, line PLCs, automatic fire suppression controls, and industrial sensor hubs. At 3:09 minutes and 7 seconds, Pantsir launched 2 more 57 E6 interceptors, but Neptune 04 dropped to 21 meters beneath the radar's effective beam. Ground-induced false thermal wave effects made the return appear as background clutter. Both interceptors lost lock for 2.5 seconds and detonated in midair, failing to reach the target. At 3:09 minutes and 14 seconds, Neptune 04 struck C2. The warhead punched through 2 reinforced concrete floors, annihilating the server room on level 2. Explosion consumed every circuit board, storage array, PLC, foam suppressant reservoir, and pressure control unit. In 0.5 seconds, all production data, design drawings, and line control commands were erased. Less than 10 seconds later, the eastern wing of the plant collapsed. The twin high-pressure blast tubes formed a channel of flame down the technical corridor. Ceilings caved, red-hot steel beams fell. A gray mushroom cloud rose above 300 meters. Edge radiation measurements at the workshop recorded 620 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt aluminum alloys. 3 minutes after the final blast, the Russian Ministry of Defense received an urgent report from Bryansk. The message read tersely, "Serious explosion and fire at a specialized production facility in the Karachev area. No mention of Electro-Detal, no mention of Neptune missiles, no mention of UAVs." Yet in the military internal comms, the technical log stated bluntly, "Target struck by cruise missiles. Air defense failed to respond in time. Severe damage." Within 15 minutes, commanders realized this was not an accident. This was a deliberate strike. At dawn, independent open-source intelligence sources began circulating the first images from the scene. The damage extended beyond Bryansk. The attack triggered domino effects across Russia's electronics production chain. Nebo-M radars could not be assembled due to a shortage of signal connectors. Iskander and Kaliber launcher testing paused for lack of inline control assemblies. Domestic Orlan 30 and Shahed 136 UAV builds stalled for lack of electronic components. Bars 1 communications equipment, the inter-command voice/data backbone, faced supply interruptions. Indirect losses from disrupted supply lines, halted production, and restoration costs could exceed 80 to 100 million US dollars when strategic impact is included. Russia's Western technical logistics temporarily lost a key node for connectors and control electronics, creating a real risk of localized collapse across UAV, radar, and mid-tier systems assembly lines. This was not merely a factory strike, it was a systemic cut, an operation calculated at systems level. With only 4 Neptune missiles, costing under 4 million USD in total, Ukraine generated in effect 10 to 15 times the material value destroyed. The damage was measured not only in money, but in time, in broken supply chains, and in shattered confidence. This strike proved that modern war is no longer measured solely by tonnage of munitions or bomb blast yield. It is shaped by supply chains, reaction latency, and the ability to identify and sever critical vulnerabilities. At exactly 1:02 a.m. local time on November 2, 2025, at a concealed launch site on the edge of Mykolaiv Oblast, the entire Ukrainian strike crew had completed the loading sequence. 2 Flamingo cruise missiles, each carrying a warhead weighing more than 2,200 pounds and equipped with INS guidance and anti-jamming systems, were now in launch position. They carried a strategic mission: destroy the Tuapse oil export port, a logistical artery that brings Russia over $6 billion per year, pumping the lifeblood that keeps its war-strained and sanctions-struck economy barely alive. A strike here would not only cripple a strategic energy hub, but also deliver a direct blow to the very war budget Moscow relies on to sustain its invasion. Inside the command center, live imagery from a Beaver reconnaissance UAV appeared on the main display. The pier zone, where towering distillation columns were operating at maximum capacity. None of them knew tonight would be different, because Ukraine was about to deliver a devastating surprise. Those manifold pipelines pumping 240,000 barrels of oil per day would become instruments of death within minutes. And the 2 Flamingo missiles on their way were not alone. Once launched, they would need roughly 32 minutes to reach the target, more than enough time for Russian radar to detect and intercept them. Ukraine had calculated everything. Earlier, at 12:35 a.m., from a mobile launcher on the Kherson front, 12 UJ-22 drones had quietly taken off, flying in a dispersed low formation at altitudes under 165 feet, skimming the western coastline near Tuapse. Their mission was not only reconnaissance, they were also kamikaze assets meant to draw the full attention of Russian air defenses, clearing a path for the Flamingo missiles approaching from the north along a terrain-hugging route that bypassed radar checkpoints and headed straight for the deep water terminal, soon to be engulfed in flames. At 1:15 a.m., the UJ-22 drones completed their approach arc. Now, only 23.6 miles from the target, they began entering the coverage zone of Russian air defense radar. As predicted, faint red blips began appearing on the Tuapse Port Coordination Center's radar display. First 3, then 5. Within 6 seconds, the entire southwest quadrant of Tuapse was flooded with 12 faint radar returns spread like a fan-shaped formation, heading straight for the port. Their radar cross-section, RCS, of 0.08 to 0.1 square meters placed them below the typical cruise missile alert threshold. This time, the duty officer didn't dismiss them. After several costly mistakes in previous weeks, he was more cautious, analyzing the pattern carefully. But just seconds after appearing, the blips began breaking formation. Some drones rose slightly, others dipped, mimicking the chaotic movement of seabirds caught in coastal winds. On the 1RS-2-1E radar screen, their flight paths were no longer linear. They fluctuated irregularly, with turn angles shifting 3 to 5 degrees per second. After a brief hesitation, lasting exactly 4.2 seconds, the radar officer finally typed a classification command. Classify bird cluster, low priority. A fatal mistake, one he would pay for dearly. At 1:22:48 a.m., when the bird cluster was less than 9.3 miles from Manifold Pier number 4, the 1RS2-1, E-radar finally acquired a stable reflection cycle. I reclassified the targets. Reclassification UAV, tactical class, low RCS. Immediately, an alarm blared through the Pantsir cabin. Without waiting for authorization, the Pantsir battery near Pier 165 launched two 57E-6E missiles toward the sea-skimming drones. Further north, a Book M2 battery locked on and launched 3 more. 5 missiles, each nearly $1 million, were fired at drones worth only a few $1,000s apiece. After nearly a minute of chaotic engagement, Russian air defenses finally downed 4 drones. But the nightmare had only begun. The radar signatures, interference patterns, and reaction timing logged by the 12 UJ-22 drones had created a living battlefield map for the incoming missiles. Every blind spot, every delayed response, every noise corridor, all of it was captured, encoded, and transmitted in real time to the Ukrainian strike crew. The launch order was issued instantly. A short beep sounded. The hydraulic lift raised the 17-foot missile, sliding it off the protective rail into a 28-degree launch angle, optimal for low-altitude cruise. Seconds later, the Flamingo missile left the launcher, silent, carving a thin, cold trail as it dove toward southern Crimea, initiating one of the boldest precision strikes of 2025. They flew at 85 feet altitude, maintaining a cruise speed of 550 miles per hour. At Pier 167 of the Tuapse port complex, the largest crude oil receiving zone, 2 massive tankers, MT Chai and Coast Buster, Liberia flagged, were waiting to take on their final batches of fuel. Beside Chai, at the standby berth, the Pollux, Panama flag, lay idle, awaiting its turn. Together, they formed a perfect cluster of high-value targets. At 1:23:24 a.m., the remaining 8 UJ-22 drones closed in on the southern pier, where the tankers were berthed along piers 165 to 167. They were now within 985 yards of the objective. All had passed through the final layer of Russian air defenses. Each drone carried a 7.7-pound HEI, high-explosive incendiary warhead, designed to penetrate thin steel and ignite secondary fires. Each one was capable of punching through 0.4 to 0.6 inches of manifold pipe steel or foam station walls before triggering its incendiary core. At 1:23:28 a.m., all 8 UJ-2s simultaneously dipped their noses to -5 degrees, skimming just 20 to 26 feet above the water, hugging the edge of the concrete pier. Each drone's FLIR infrared camera locked onto thermal targets automatically, scanning for stable IR signatures. Once FLIR confirmed a target with over 98% confidence, the onboard controller activated kamikaze mode. 8 drones became 8 flying warheads. UJ-22 number 1 struck the high-pressure manifold cluster feeding crude from storage 12B to the deep water berth. The 0.55-inch steel shell failed instantly. The explosion ruptured distribution valve number 2, sending crude oil spraying like a fire hose beneath MT Chai's hull, igniting instantly as RDX fumes met hydrocarbon vapor. A 100-foot sheet of flame rolled across the deck, licking under Chai's port side without breaching the hull. UJ-22 number 2 smashed into the foam system control shed beside the manifold. The blast destroyed the pressure module and central control cabinet, knocking the entire firefighting grid offline. UJ-22 number 3 dived into the electrical dispatch cabin, controlling heat flow and SCADA sensors for the pier. The explosion burned through the control boards. Fiber lines snapped and melted. Every measurement channel across the pier went dark. UJ-22. Number 4 hit the flexible transfer hose coupling on Pollux, which was preparing to receive 45,000 tons of crude. The impact severed the secondary joint. Oil spilled across the pier, heated by the spreading manifold fire. The slick flowed eastward, visible later in Planet Labs' satellite imagery. UJ-22 number 5 struck the return flow pipeline beneath Pier 167's concrete block deck. The explosion triggered a compressed vapor pocket detonation, cracking the deck by 12 inches. Pier 167 began tilting slightly, structurally compromised but still standing. UJ-22 number 6 hit the auxiliary petrochemical module, where additives were mixed to lighten heavy crude. The fire spread to foam tanks containing amines and ethers, creating a secondary blaze with a blue-white flame. Practically invisible to optical detectors, fire crews would lose at least 90 seconds locating the source. UJ-22 number 7 and number 8 were shot down mid-air. The two tankers, MT Chai and Coastbuster, were now surrounded by fire, vapor, and cascading oil, but neither had been hit directly. Because they weren't meant to be destroyed by drones. They were meant for the Flamingo missiles, and in less than 60 seconds, 2 steel lances carrying 2,000-kilogram warheads would arrive. Only now did the Southern TUAP's Air Defense Command spot something wrong. 2 faint radar signatures punching through the smoke layer at low altitude, bearing 226 degrees. A rapid alert went out, but too late. The nearest Pantsir S-1 had expended all its 57 E-6 interceptors fighting the UJ-22 swarm 3 minutes earlier. The Tor M2 battery north of the port still had missiles, but could not pivot the launcher fast enough. Flamingo's angle of attack was too low, slipping through a blind corridor between technical buildings. The Buck M2 battery on the city's outskirts never received targeting data. Its 9S-36 radar failed to lock on in time. A multi-million-dollar air defense network could do nothing. Not because it didn't detect the missiles, but because it had no missiles left. At 1:23:49 a.m., Flamingo 1 and Flamingo 2 entered their terminal dive at over 528 miles per hour. On the FLIR feed from a Ukrainian UAV, 2 thin streaks of fire sliced across the pier. Flamingo 1 skimmed the burning manifold line beneath MT Chai, then angled down into the connector hub leading to tank number 2. 1.7 seconds later, internal pressure skyrocketed. A BLEVE, boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion, tore the tanker open from within. A white fireball, towering over 590 feet, erupted into the night, bright enough to cast shadows across the northern container yard for 3 full seconds. Almost simultaneously, Flamingo 2 punched through the smoke layer, banked slightly past Technical Station number 3, and dove into the aft deck of the Coastbuster, a Shadow Fleet tanker flying the Bahamas flag. The missile penetrated the main engine compartment, where FO fuel and the oil conditioning system were housed. The blast tore apart the diesel complex, triggering a chain reaction fire that raced backward into the auxiliary chemical storage, igniting everything. Flames spread across the ship in under 25 seconds. Dark blue and gray-yellow smoke spiraled upward in a twisting mushroom column. Both tankers were now fully engulfed. The spreading oil slick on the water ignited, racing from piers 166 to 167 across the entire southern basin. The hard booms meant to contain spills were blown away, completely useless. From orbit, the entire TUAP's bay became a sheet of fire. In less than 12 minutes, the fuel logistics backbone of the TUAP's oil terminal, Russia's primary Black Sea crude export hub, had been knocked offline. Material losses included 2 destroyed tankers, MT Chai, Liberia, and Coastbuster, Bahamas, 1 damaged vessel, Pollux, Panama. Severe destruction across manifold clusters, pipelines, pump stations, and technical facilities. A massive water surface fire generating black smoke columns exceeding 985 feet. TUAP's is not an ordinary oil terminal. It is Russia's strategic energy spearhead on the Black Sea, exporting over 240,000 barrels per day, about 8.5% of all seaborne Urals crude. With an annual capacity of over 12 million tons, TUAPS brings Russia hundreds of millions of dollars per month, money used to fund the war, pay soldiers, and keep the collapsing economy barely alive under sanctions. From here, oil flows to power plants in Turkey, heating systems in China, refineries in India, slipping quietly through sanction loopholes before returning as revenue that fuels the Kremlin. Ukraine knew this through satellite surveillance and HUMINT. They had monitored TUAPS for 6 months, and they chose not to wait until the oil left port or reached foreign buyers. They struck first, deep inside a fortress Russia believed untouchable, turning it into an inferno within minutes. With barely $1 million in expenditure, Ukraine inflicted more than $200 million in Russian losses. The attack crippled crude export capacity at TUAPS for 10 to 14 days at minimum. 2 Shadow Fleet tankers, MT Chai and Coast Buster, used to evade sanctions, were wiped out at the pier, impossible to cover up. This was a direct assault on Russia's covert maritime network. The oil slick, spreading across tens of thousands of square meters, appeared unmistakably on commercial satellite imagery, Planet Labs, making denial or claims of accidental fires impossible. Russia was forced to dispatch emergency response assets from Novorossiysk, tugs, fire control vessels, and heavy containment booms. This delayed the entire maritime logistics chain across Krasnodar, Novorossiysk, Sochi. 5 hours after the attack, major OSINT channels independently verified the strike, cross-referencing satellite photos, AIS logs, fire imagery, and radar emission data. Moscow remained silent for 36 hours. No incident report, no admission of attack, no official explanation. A clear sign of panic and an attempt to conceal the scale of the damage. This strike became a symbol of a new type of warfare where precision, deception, and intelligence allow a weaker force to outmaneuver advanced air defenses. From this night onward, no Russian port can sleep peacefully, because unmanned aerial vehicles and cruise missiles may come from anywhere. At 3:10 a.m., November 4, 2025, in the southern airspace of Khartoum, the Russian Il-76MD pilot faced the worst moment of his career. From the 6 o'clock position, an unidentified object was racing in, closing fast at Mach 3. Inside the cockpit, the warning alarms screamed without pause. Red lights flashed across the console. Heat, radar, and engine alerts all blared at once, the aircraft's systems screaming their final warning. Behind them, only 1,600 meters away, 2 missiles from the FK-2000 air defense system were streaking forward, their seekers spiraling and locking onto the heat columns pouring out of the 4 D-30KP-2 engines. Those engines, each burning at nearly 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit, had become beacons of death. The pilot hesitated, struggling to process what was coming. He could hardly believe that a deadly arrow was closing in over airspace long considered safe. He had 3 seconds to act. Instinct took over. He gripped the control column with both hands, forcing the heavy aircraft down. But the 220,000-pound Il-76 could never react like a nimble fighter. On the instrument panel, the altitude digits flashed, 11,200 feet, then falling to 10,800 feet, too slow to change anything. 15 minutes earlier, the aircraft's signal had already appeared on the screens of an ELINT interception post operated by the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, hidden inside an abandoned cement plant near Omdurman, about 12 miles west of Khartoum. Within 90 seconds, the RSF's UHF band receiver had confirmed the radar signature, the navigation radar of an IL-76, the PS-90 unit, a system exclusive to Russian heavy transports. This was no civilian aircraft. It was a military cargo hauler, famous for carrying up to 110,000 pounds of supplies over rough, undeveloped airstrips. Its flight path pointed directly toward Wadi Sayidna Air Base, a critical stronghold under Sudanese Armed Forces SAF control, located 14 miles north of central Khartoum. The Il-76 had entered Sudanese airspace from the east through Eritrea, an abnormal, dangerous route that bypassed all international flight control. A clear sign: this was a gray flight, not humanitarian, but a covert military drop. It bore no Russian Air Force insignia, yet every frequency, transponder code, and electronic emission matched the configuration of the Russian Ministry of Defense. Satellite phones were activated immediately. The report was transmitted directly to RSF headquarters in the hills south of El Jebelain, one of the hottest battle zones. Deep underground, under pale green fluorescent light, RSF commanders stared tensely at the simulated flight of RA-86863 on their monitoring screen. The radar feed showed the Il-76's emission frequency entering the surveillance ring less than 50 miles from the capital. Intelligence suggested at least 21 personnel on board, 14 Russians in uniform, and 7 Sudanese tactical advisors from the SAF. More worrying, the plane was likely carrying weapons, equipment, or even mercenaries to reinforce the Sudanese government, a move that would mark Moscow's open intervention in Sudan's civil war, where both factions were already tearing the country apart, city by city. Russia's objective was to establish a combat UAV operation hub south of Khartoum, giving the Sudanese military strike capability deep into RSF-controlled territory. With Russian technical support, the Sudanese command believed they could turn the war from attrition into a full-scale territorial liberation campaign. A strategic meeting was convened within 3 minutes. The red alert lights inside the bunker glowed. RSF commanders knew what they faced: a great power adversary, and if that plane wasn't downed within the next 10 minutes, it would land at Al-Shajara military airfield, where SAF was building a UAV control center. The skies over Sudan would soon be filled with Russian-operated combat drones, tilting the balance of war. At 3:18 a.m., the order came. Activate FK-2000, all air defense units to level 1. If target confirmed as Russian Il-76, engage without hesitation. It was a life-or-death directive, one that could decide the survival of the RSF's entire southern front. Within 4 minutes, the FK-2000 short-range air defense complex, a hybrid gun missile system developed by China, was fully operational. Acquired through intermediaries in Libya, the FK-2000 was designed specifically to intercept UAVs, cruise missiles, and precision-guided weapons on modern battlefields. Its configuration combined a 3D active electronically scanned array AESA radar with 30mm automatic cannons and HQ-17AE short-range surface-to-air missiles, radar-guided interceptors capable of striking targets from 50 feet to 32,800 feet and within a 15.5-mile range. Meanwhile, the Il-76 cruised at 465 miles per hour, holding steady at 11,200 feet, unaware that it had already been targeted. Only 19 miles away, the RSF FK-2000 battery completed target acquisition. At 3:18:42 a.m., the FK-2000 commander received an encrypted command from El Jebelain HQ. Weapon unlock. Fire first missile. Reaction time, under 4 seconds. A sharp click echoed through the cabin. The control screen switched to attack mode. The HUD displayed lock stable, 21.4 kilometers, delta V plus 6.7 meters per second. The Il-76 was descending through 6,200 feet, still without any warning from Sudan's ground radar. The FK-2000 crew had a perfect lock. At 3:19 a.m., the first HQ-17AE missile launched, followed 1.7 seconds later by a second. Almost simultaneously, the twin 35mm cannons opened up, creating a wall of fire directly in front of the Il-76. The massive transport, with its large radar cross-section, was instantly engulfed in chaos. The first missile, radar-guided and traveling over Mach 3, struck the number 3 engine from the right flank. The explosion tore off a section of the wing, sending the plane lurching violently. 0.6 seconds later, the second missile detonated 10 feet below the fuselage. Thousands of tungsten fragments ripped through the cargo bay, igniting lithium batteries and UAV containers inside. A secondary explosion followed, not huge, but enough to spike internal temperature beyond 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit in seconds. Flames reached the electrical control systems. Every cockpit display went dark. Communication with the ground vanished. By 3:14 a.m., all flight controls ceased. The Il-76 rolled left, then pitched downward at -32 degrees, its descent accelerating past 530 miles per hour. The 100-ton metal giant spiraled out of control, its right wing destroyed, left wing twisting under asymmetric drag. Structural vibrations rippled across its frame. One of the 2 main fuel tanks exploded, not from the missile, but from the spreading internal fire. The blast deformed the belly of the plane, rupturing the frame. From a distance, RSF recon teams watched through infrared optics. On their screens, a massive heat plume spun downward, glowing red-orange against the black sky. The Il-76 plunged nose first toward the desert ridges south of Al Salam, less than 8.7 miles from Wadi Sayyidna Air Base. Impact speed, 330 miles per hour. Angle of impact, 46 degrees. The explosion produced a black column of smoke rising more than 980 feet into the air. Residents across northern Khartoum heard a thunderous boom, not from an earthquake, but from a 220,000-pound aircraft slamming straight into the earth. At 3:21 a.m., the red dot vanished from the FK-2000 radar. Across the console flashed 2 cold words: target neutralized. In the RSF command bunker, no one spoke. Everyone knew the Russian Il-76 would never land again. 1 minute later, while the ground still trembled from the blast, the RSF Quick Reaction Team was deployed. Their single mission: reach the crash site before Sudanese government forces could interfere. Within 20 minutes, they arrived. Under the pale Sudanese night, the landscape looked plowed open by an inhuman force. A fiery trench 10 feet deep and 660 feet long marked the Il-76's final impact path. Everything was shredded. No part of the airframe remained intact. Engine number 3, the only one not completely vaporized, was found more than 330 feet away. In the center of the main crater, several shattered cargo containers still burned. These were the so-called military aid packages, believed to contain UAV components, radar parts, and tactical power units, never delivered to the Sudanese army. All 21 people on board were dead. Later, recovery confirmed the identities: 14 Russian servicemen from airborne special operations units and 7 Sudanese officers from UAV control and electronic warfare brigades. Among the wreckage, RSF forces recovered key evidence: a UAV Orlan 10 control module, an Inmarsat satellite communication terminal. The message was unmistakable. Russia and the Sudanese government had intended to plant their steel talon in Sudan's skies. But with the FK-2000, RSF had just severed that claw in the darkness. Subsequent intelligence analysis confirmed the aircraft had been carrying 2 medium-range combat UAV control stations, likely compatible with the Russian Lancet series or Sudan's indigenous models. 6 sealed telecommunication cases, believed to contain satellite link modules and electronic jamming gear. 3 wooden crates marked below 46 degrees Fahrenheit, possibly filled with lithium batteries, sensitive electronics, or UAV warheads. 2 containerized ground stations, mobile platforms for field UAV operations. The destroyed Il-76 bore the registration RF 78781, a newly delivered Il-76MD-90A variant handed over to Sudan's Air Defense Forces in mid-September 2025 under a Russian technical support contract. It was one of the last units built at the Aviastar plant before production halted. Its total flight time, barely 130 hours, just 6 weeks of operational service. The loss was not merely financial, though the airframe alone was worth tens of millions of US dollars. It was a fatal blow to the Sudanese Army's SAF aerial supply chain, already strangled by RSF ambushes along the land corridor from Port Sudan to the contested zones. This flight had not been civilian. It was a special military transport mission, carrying combat teams, ammunition, and reserve equipment from the Eastern Front. With the loss of those professional soldiers and roughly 11,000 pounds, approximately 5 metric tons, of weapons and munitions, including UAV components, radio systems, and night vision devices, the planned counteroffensive around Kosti El Obeid collapsed instantly. Each Il-76 had served as a flying bridge, delivering supplies 10 times faster than ground convoys. Now, SAF had lost one of its few remaining strategic transports. Estimates suggested only 2 Il-76 were still airworthy at Port Sudan, but even those would be grounded for fear that RSF's FK-2000 batteries had created a new no-fly zone. The immediate consequence, the 8th Infantry Brigade and 37th Mechanized Battalion of SAF in El Obeid would receive no resupply for at least 2 to 3 weeks. The Southwestern Front, where RSF forces were pressing from Nyala, was about to fall defenseless. RSF now controlled the entire low-altitude airspace over southern Kordofan, forcing SAF to rely on fighter jets and UAV reconnaissance, expensive and risky alternatives. The downed Il-76 carried Russia's mark, the maker of the world's heavy strategic transport aircraft. The FK-2000 air defense system, manufactured in China, was the very weapon that destroyed it. 2 great powers, both present on the same battlefield, now stood on opposite ends of the same explosion. The image of the Il-76 erupting in midair over Sudan shocked the local population and delivered a political slap to the image of unity Moscow and Beijing had been trying to project. Western media quickly seized on the story, Chinese-made weapon shoots down Russian aircraft. Whether accidental or not, Sudan's civil war is no longer a local conflict. It has become a testing ground where outside powers experiment with weapons, tactics, and soft power. For the first time, the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, once dismissed as a mere urban militia, had brought down a strategic military transport aircraft. Not with Russian missiles, not with Iranian aid, but with their own independently operated system, bought, deployed, and fired by their own crews. And their message now echoed loud and clear, not only to Khartoum, but straight to Moscow. We will not accept a sky that is occupied. At 11:47 p.m., November 5th, 2025, local time. At the Southern Military District Air Defense Command Center in Rostov-on-Don, about 124 miles east of Donetsk. A cascade of system alerts began to sound in rapid succession. Radar screens lit up, new contacts started to appear, spread from the west to the northwest of the Donetsk area. In under 20 seconds, the number of contacts grew exponentially. 12, then 27, then more than 50 blips densely packed on the display. Ukraine seemed to be throwing everything it had at once, a digital storm blanketing the entire occupied eastern sky. Bober wooden cheap drones range approximately 62 miles, UJ-22 airborne, improvised decoy drones made from plastic pipe and motorcycle engines, even spoofed signatures mimicking upgraded S-200 missiles and HIMARS rocket salvos, all surged forward like a swarm of locusts. The Russian Major General in charge of the region's Integrated Air Defense, IADS, made no hesitation. He issued an order over the encrypted net: destroy all contacts. Priority: defend Donetsk airport. This was precisely the reaction the Ukrainian Special Operations officers had been waiting for. Everything unfolding exactly as scripted. Panzer S-1 and Tor M2 batteries scrambled, frantically firing at cheap, aimless decoys. Each interceptor missile, costing $100,000 to $500,000, was being used to shoot down a $1,000 drone. Russia had no idea that more than 50 UAVs launched that day carried only small explosive charges, or, in many cases, nothing but radar spoofing beacons. As batteries around Donetsk airport and Spartak shot down each decoy UAV, every kill they recorded was in truth a strategic wound. Because every missile launch fed Ukraine's signals intelligence, SIGINT units, a priceless intelligence package. The precise coordinates of the launcher, the operating frequency bands of the fire control radar, Ka band, X band, VHF, and the cruise reaction time, on average 45 seconds from detection to engagement. The Russian air defense network was literally mapping itself, launcher by launcher, radar by radar, gap by gap. Like a grandmaster sacrificing an opening piece to reveal an entire line of play, the bait was meant to be seen, to lure the opponent into a foreseen response. Minutes after the first wave of decoy UAVs saturated the Russian air defenses, the main strike units began their approach. The real hunters moved into the target area, silent, precise, and organized. They were two Su-24M of the Ukrainian Air Force, the old Soviet-era workhorses, hugging terrain at only about 50 to 60 meters above ground, using the natural clutter to mask their signatures from ground radars. Each aircraft carried two Storm Shadow cruise missiles, long-range strike weapons equipped with the Broach multi-stage warhead, weighing approximately 2,186 pounds, designed to defeat hardened facilities such as bunkers, ammo depots, and large military compounds. At the same time, over 20 FP-2 UAVs loitered or patrolled slightly lower. Each FP-2 carried a fragmentation charge of 6.6 to 11.0 pounds, enough to ignite auxiliary equipment, supply vehicles, or fuel tanks around the airfield. They also served as sensor jamming and confusion assets, keeping enemy radar unsure which blips were real and which were bait during the follow-on strike. The formation steamed toward Donetsk airport, the UAV Shahed logistics hub for the Eastern Front, just as the Russian air defense network reached saturation and priority channel chaos. A tactical window opened for only a few minutes, but it was wide enough to change the strategic picture across the front. Now Donetsk airport, the Eastern Shahed logistics center, was less than 10 minutes flight from the hand of death. In the sky, the Phantom Storm Shadows and the more than 20 FP-2 drones, carrying a combined explosive mass of roughly 6,614 pounds, were heading straight for the supply veins that fueled nightly attacks on Pokrovsk, Kramatorsk, and Ukrainian towns. This complex stored between 500 and 1,000 Shahed 136, Garan 2 UAVs, and roughly 1,500 fragmentation and penetration warheads, most of which were already fueled. If the whole compound detonated, not only would hundreds of Shaheds be destroyed, Russia's ability to conduct long-range kamikaze UAV strikes in the eastern sector would be crippled for weeks. The two Su-24Ms flew terrain-hugging at Mach 0.8. At only 50 to 60 meters above ground, they threaded between dense pine stands, high-voltage pylons, and the rusty corrugated roofs of abandoned villages in occupied Donetsk. At that altitude, a single misjudged hillock or gust of wind becomes instant death. the plane slams into Earth and detonates. The closer they closed, the more the radar warning receiver, RWR, lights on both aircraft flashed, signals growing in density, a sign that Russian warning radars, possibly from a Buk M1 or a 9S-18 M1 Kupol, were picking up faint returns. Every second of flight became a test of nerves, between the Ukrainian pilots and the exhausted Russian radar crews frantically trying to sort real targets from the bunched decoys. The Russian crews, weary after long shifts and under extreme stress, were disoriented. Every new bright dot on the screen looked like the previous one. They could no longer tell bait from threat from lethal. Nobody on the Russian side realized that two real Su-24s were slipping deep into occupied territory, cloaked by a thick electronic shroud from their escort UAVs. They flew over Yasinuvata, over Makiivka, heading straight for the airfield, now only 50 kilometers away. 0 hour was near. Suddenly, the cockpit alarm on the Su-24 screamed louder than ever. "Missile lock! 4 o'clock! Panzer active!" A stubborn Panzer S-1 unit near Spartak had acquired a weak lock on the lead fencer despite the dense jamming. Its Ka-band tracking radar was still able to partially penetrate the veil. In that heartbeat between life and death, pilot Hawk pulled full stick. The fencer rolled nearly 90 degrees, executing a low-altitude J-turn, a maneuver only a veteran would dare at that height. He also triggered every chaff and flare. Hundreds of hot decoy points and strips of metal sprayed out, forming a huge thermal and radar-reflective cloud aft. A deafening blast ripped through the southeast sky. A 57E-6 missile zipped past the tail, detonating about 200 meters behind. A flash reflected on the pilot's visor. Death had just grazed past, the smell of cordite hanging in the air. There was no time to exhale. The two Su-24's Ms had penetrated the launch window, the ideal point to fire, at exactly 93 miles from the target. In the cockpit, the command voice came over the low-band encrypted channel. "Target coordinates loaded. Weapons ready. Confirm launch." The first Su-24, two Storm Shadows separated from the left and right underwing pylons. They dropped free within 3 seconds. The second Su-24. The remaining two left their bays, dispersing on parallel tracks. 4 cruise missiles, each weighing more than 2,866 pounds, shot into the night. As soon as they cleared the aircraft, the micro-turbo TRI-6030 engines spooled up. Each Storm Shadow immediately initiated dual-mode navigation. The flight would last 7 to 8 minutes, threading the rugged Donbass terrain, following river lines, village edges, and old highways, simulating a raptor's path. In the terminal phase, at about 6 to 9 miles from the target, the imaging infrared IIR seekers activated. Each missile scanned the ground to precisely identify warehouse roofs, UAV holding areas, and heat signatures already stored in the target memory. Meanwhile, the FP2 swarm was tasked to strike secondary targets. UAV coordination nodes, temporary refueling points, or mobile radar units near the airport. Immediately after launch, the two Su-24s banked hard left, turning west, peeling away from medium-range engagement lanes. At about 25 meters above ground, they activated chaff and flare defenses while the remaining UAVs laid down electronic noise, disrupting the entire radar-to-missile-to-C2 chain. From that point, the Storm Shadows, carrying in aggregate around 1.8 tons of precision explosive, began their final, silent flight. The 4 Storm Shadows raced at nearly 590 miles per hour along the Kalmius River, weaving between pine stands and derelict suburbs on Donetsk's outskirts. By the time Panzer S-1 and Tor M2 batteries near Donetsk finally registered low-flying contacts, it was already too late. A few interceptors were launched in desperate attempts. One was reported to have struck a Storm Shadow about 1.9 miles from the target, producing a white flare of fire that tore the night. But 3 missiles continued undeterred. They entered terminal dive, optimized to punch through hardened roofing. The IIR seekers began matching live imagery to pre-programmed 3D models. At 12:10 a.m., November 6, 2025, the first missile slammed through the roof of Warehouse 1, the UAV storage. The broach precursor charge detonated after penetration, creating a large breach. The follow-through main charge then detonated inside, releasing approximately 992 pounds of high explosive. The explosion tore the concrete structure apart, incinerating hundreds of Shahed UAVs in an instant. Metal fragments and wings flew out like a concentrated artillery burst. Seconds later, the second missile struck Warehouse 2, where Shahed warheads were stored. The blast triggered a massive sympathetic reaction. Hundreds of 40 to 50 kilogram warheads ignited almost simultaneously, producing a secondary conflagration that shot a fire pillar hundreds of meters high. The night of Donetsk turned into daylight. The third missile hit the refueling and launch prep area. A white flash, then the area was consumed in fire. Aviation fuel, compressed gas initiators, thermal batteries, and electronics aboard the UAVs set off an unstoppable chain of explosions. After the primary detonations, more than 10 remaining FP-2 drones skimmed the low sky to avoid shrapnel. They struck secondary nodes in sequence, an electrical substation feeding the airfield, a satellite communications relay, and one remaining, but still operational, UAV launcher. Each FP-2's 6.6 to 11.0 pound warhead was remotely guided semi-autonomously via Starlink by the forward control team based in Kramatorsk. Accuracy exceeded 90%, and within 2 minutes, all secondary objectives were neutralized. The whole complex was consumed. A mushroom cloud rose above Donetsk, glowing red for 15 minutes after the detonation. Security cameras and civilian drones captured the horror. What had been a modern logistics hub, test benches, warehouses, and Russian field facilities was reduced to smoldering craters and collapsed steel. Satellite images from Planet Labs and Dnipro OSINT on November 6th show the compound wiped out. Warehouse 1 a deep ash-filled pit, Warehouse 2 with 50% roof loss and charred interior structures, debris strewn up to 1,640 feet around the airfield. Footage from Ukraine's SSO, taken by surviving FP-2 drones, recorded continuous secondary detonations. Local videos from Donetsk and Spartak circulated on Telegram. In Moscow and Rostov, the generals watched the NDCC screens in stunned silence. Every layer of air defense, from S-400s on the outskirts to Pantsir on the runway, was rendered ineffective in under 12 minutes. A strategic facility worth about $50 million evaporated before their eyes, with no timely counteraction. The root cause was one failure in priority analysis and system overload. When the air defenses were flooded by hundreds of drones and decoys, the weak radar contacts, the two low-flying Su-24s, were simply ignored. And those Storm Shadows and FP-2s penetrated the Russian defense ring using the very tactic Russia had once trusted most: chaos induced by its own systems under a drone swarm tactic. Ukraine, with airframes old but upgraded by modern intellect and Western weapons, again brought war to the heart of Russian logistics. The cost of the operation: roughly $5 to $8 million. Russia's price: $20 to $30 million in physical damage, but more importantly, a production and strike capability severed for months. The effect is not just physical, it's a multi-layered strategic shock. Russian drone pressure fell markedly on the Donetsk and Zaporizhzhia fronts. Ukraine's multi-layered campaign did not merely destroy materiel, it sowed deep fear. If a strategic depot, positioned approximately 75 miles behind the front line and defended by Pantsir and Tor, can be collapsed in 8 minutes, then where in the occupied zone is safe? That question gnaws not only at Donetsk's civilian Russian settlers, but at the corridors of power in Rostov and Moscow. The Donetsk strike shattered the Kremlin's propaganda narrative of invulnerability in Donbass. The Kremlin's promise to protect the territory now reads hollow among ruins and warped steel. At 4:31 a.m., every air defense control interface across Karelia and Lake Onega flipped to red alert. A 3-ship flight of UJ-26 Beaver ERs, each carrying a 20-kilogram, 44-pound warhead, had been launched by a covert Ukraine SOF task force from a secret base located hundreds of kilometers away. They seem to have been waiting a long time, popping up out of nowhere and driving at the warship from 3 different bearings. Alarm klaxons tore the night apart and threw the crew into panic. Some sailors ran from their bunks before they'd even finished dressing. Grad's air defense suite reacted immediately. A 5P-10 Puma radar and AK-630 close-in guns came alive. The Puma swept the sky, locked targets in an instant, and fed coordinates to the AK-630. The CIWS opened up, belching 30-millimeter rounds at a cyclic rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, painting streaks of tracer fire across Lake Onega. The air filled with the roar of drone motors and the sharp cracks of gunfire. Sailors scrambled on deck, fighting to bring mountings to bear through the thin, cold morning haze. Every successful intercept was counted like a small victory. 5 minutes after the first burst of fire, drones number 1 and number 3 vanished from the radar screen. But drone number 2 exploited the chaos. It hugged the water, extinguished all emissions, and slammed into the starboard engine room. The explosion was thunderous. Flames erupted. The whole warship shuddered as if ripped off its balance axis. Grad heeled sharply, 13 degrees, and then froze mid-channel on the Petrozavodsk lane, a stretch that should have been a safe transit toward the Caspian. In the control room, the auxiliary power board blinked for 2 seconds and died. The smell of burning insulation spread from the engineering spaces. The duty officer staggered, braced on a console, and shouted into the backup radio, "2 targets neutralized! Engine room hit, ship dead in the water, requesting assistance." The signal was weak and badly jammed. Whether the call made it through, no one could say. On deck, sailors tried to open the fire mains, but the whole system had lost pressure. The ship now sat immobile. This was not an ordinary ship. It was a Bayan M-class warship, the Kremlin's compact missile bastion, a mobile platform that projects Russian missile power in the Baltic and can transit into the Caspian to support strike campaigns. It carried 6 Caliber NK cruise missiles with a range of 2,500 kilometers, 1,550 miles, able to reach every Ukrainian logistics hub, airfield, and command node from the Caspian. It also carried 4 P-800 Onyx supersonic missiles, flying at roughly Mach 2.5, munitions designed to punch through tactical air defenses. The value of the ship's weapons and sensor suite runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the strategic worth it represents. If Ukraine failed to stop it in time, that arsenal could be unleashed like a storm over Donetsk and Kharkiv, and Putin's war machine would slaughter countless civilians. One salvo launched from the Astrakhan region could put the entire industrial northeast of Ukraine in a danger zone. That is why this ship had been singled out, and why Ukraine had to kill it at any cost. The first strike severed propulsion and left the vessel dead and crippled on the water, but that was only the opening gambit of the day. What followed was a carefully layered campaign Ukraine had prepared, something no one expected. The UJ-26 Beaver ERs were not meant to finish the ship. Their purpose was to paint a picture of chaos. They were a smokescreen, to force Grad's expensive air defenses to burn through ammunition, to lock radars in different sectors, and, critically, to feed signal intelligence back to Ukraine's operational command. On the operator's screens at the Ukraine Task Force headquarters, precise coordinates, operating frequencies, and signal strengths for Grad's Puma radar appeared. The million-dollar warship lay wounded on the lake like a trapped beast, unable to fight back. Now the killing blow could be delivered. Technical officers used the harvested data to make final targeting corrections for 2 FPV UAVs. Each drone measured roughly 1.2 meters in length, with a wingspan of 1.6 meters. Their fuselages were made from fiberglass-reinforced composites, ultralight, thermally stealthy, and coated in a matte light gray paint that blended perfectly with the sea. They were launched from a classified site near the border. At exactly 4:41 a.m., a heat trace appeared on Grad's radar. A Russian officer caught the anomaly and tried to raise the alert, but it was too late. Just 2 minutes later, both FPV drones broke stealth and accelerated to over 170 kilometers per hour, dropping altitude to only 1.8 meters, low enough to slip beneath the surface radar sweep, yet steady thanks to inertial navigation and infrared camera guidance. The first drone, Buravai, approached head-on. Its target, Grad's rotating radar antenna, a glowing metal mass, radiating heat and reflecting brightly in the FPV lens. From an underground control station near Zaporizhzhia, the UAV operator from the primary group gripped the joystick tight. On the black and white FPV feed, Grad's warning lights grew clearer with every frame. Buravai held perfectly steady, no wobble, no drift. Signal delay, 18 milliseconds. Crosswind, 7 kilometers per hour. Stable distance, 270 meters, 230, 190. At 4:47 a.m., 150 meters, 120. Inside Grad's control center, a secondary radar officer lay slumped over the console, blood seeping from his forehead, shards of glass from an earlier blast still embedded in the display. No one could reach the primary sensor array. 80 meters, 60. On Buravai's FPV screen, the spinning antenna filled the frame. Crosshairs locked, controls steady, approach angle 0 degrees, dead center. Countdown began. 3, 2, 1. At 4:50 minutes and 47 seconds a.m., a flash, a burst of white light at the point of impact, a plume of black smoke punched skyward like a hammer strike across the deck. The main radar antenna was severed cleanly in half, tumbling over the port side. The secondary blast scorched the EMI shielding, shorting out the entire central processor. Grad's radar was blind. 0.8 seconds later, the second drone, Vidplata, entered its terminal attack. From starboard, it sliced diagonally across the hull at a 25-degree angle, diving like a spear. On the FPV feed, the Kaliber launch tubes came into view. One hatch stood open, glowing hot and bright in infrared. Vidplata locked onto launch tube number 3 and committed no drift, no deviation. At 4:50 minutes and 49 seconds a.m., impact. The explosion wasn't large, but it was precise. The hatch tore apart. The Kaliber missile's casing split open. Fire licked into the booster ignition module. The mid-deck shuddered. A weapons officer was thrown backward. Shock pressure blew out the comms panel. The launch system went dark. Adjacent tubes began to overheat. In the auxiliary control room, alarms screamed, "Overheat warning! Cut power! Close auto valves!" Crewmen fought their way through smoke-choked corridors. Within minutes, the respirator masks had failed. One technician tried accessing the backup control board through a secure tablet, but the ship's internal network stuttered, signals cutting in and out, as if the vessel's nervous system was collapsing piece by piece. A senior weapons officer shouted through his mask, "Lock the feed! Cut Kaliber power manually!" But the warning came too late. Heat from the blast had spread into the lower cooling circuit. The thermal shielding was compromised, the auxiliary engineering bay filled with hot vapor. On the middeck, launch tube number 4 blew open under pressure. No missile launched, but the message was clear. The system had reached its safety threshold. At 4:51 minutes and 10 seconds a.m., the commanding officer of Grad, a 3-star naval captain, stood before a tilted console, 5 degrees starboard list. His voice was cold, flat. "We've lost the Kalibers, radar blind, no defenses, no counter-strike capability left." A communications officer turned back, urgent. "UHF channel's still alive. We can transmit internally." The commander replied instantly, "Send it now. Pull back from battle stations. Grad is neutralized. Request tow to Petrozavodsk. The brief message marked the tactical collapse of a long-range strike ship, one that Russia had poured hundreds of millions of dollars into, now reduced to a lifeless hulk adrift in the lake. At 4:52 a.m., fires still smoldered. Smoke blanketed the deck. The radar was gone. Calibers couldn't launch. Pantsir never even came online. Grad, the arrow once bound for the Caspian, was now just a broken fragment adrift on a silent surface. Though the caliber warheads didn't detonate thanks to safety interlocks, every launch tube was disabled. 2 missiles suffered catastrophic structural damage. On deck, weapon support crew tried to pull the fire hoses, but the intense heat and secondary blast pressure had ruptured the feed connectors. Flames shot back through the ventilation ducts. Black smoke rolled over the midship and starboard sections. Shouts, coughing, and shouted orders mixed into a single cacophony, a chaotic symphony echoing across Lake Onega, where calm waters had become the stage, exposing the mortal weakness of a modern warship. Half the hull was now swallowed in fire and smoke, metal cracked and warped under heat. Several wounded sailors crawled onto the deck through the haze. The local fire suppression grid was overwhelmed. From above, the ship appeared as a dark, silent shape, adrift, motionless, and mute at the center of the lake. When the governor of Karelia issued his statement, at 5:07 a.m., the Kremlin had no choice but to face the bitter truth. Though Grad remained afloat thanks to its robust hull design, it would need months of major repairs at Zelenodolsk shipyard, costing millions. The 30 to 40 crew members huddled inside a sealed compartment, lights out, heat and comm systems dead. The Kaliber and Onyx missile suites, the heart of Grad's striking power, were now useless. The attack marked the first time Ukraine had struck a Russian warship deep inside inland waters like Lake Onega, proof of superior intelligence and technological reach. At 5:07 a.m., Ukraine's SOF posted on Telegram, "The Grad warship has been successfully attacked on Lake Onega." Images of thick black smoke spreading from the ship circulated online, alongside claims that it was Russia's newest warship. Moscow tried to conceal the truth, calling it a technical malfunction, but NASA's firm's satellite data and videos from residents near Petrozavodsk exposed reality. The governor of Karelia, in a shaken statement, admitted an attack on a critical asset. Russia's Ministry of Defense claimed it had shot down several drones, but could not hide the devastation. A domino effect followed. Grad out of action, and the Onega waterway, a key logistics artery, disrupted. Weapons and supply convoys were stranded, paralyzing the Baltic fleet. Grad had been the command node in Russia's naval strike network, sustaining caliber launch operations against Ukraine. Its loss severed the missile supply chain, forcing Russia to divert resources from the front to homeland defense. The Baltic fleet, already weakened by losses in the Black Sea, was now under heavier strain. Moscow was forced to reinforce the White Sea-Baltic corridor, thinning troop concentrations around Donbas and Kharkiv. The repair cost of Grad delayed missile strike capability and gave Ukraine time to strengthen its defenses. Russian morale collapsed. Sailors trapped in pitch-black compartments without heat or comms descended into panic. Around Karelia, civilians near Petrozavodsk questioned the military's ability to protect them, echoing the fear that gripped Belgorod during the 2025 blackout. If a warship on Lake Onega could be struck, were Moscow or St. Petersburg truly safe? That question haunted the Kremlin, shaking the very foundation of Russia's military doctrine, built on the belief that war must never reach its borders. Ukraine had just proven that the concept of a front line no longer existed. A long-range drone could strike directly into Russia's heartland. The psychological shock rippled through Russian troops at the front. At 6 a.m., as the sun rose over Lake Onega, Grad lay motionless, smoke still curling from its engine bay. The attack was more than the destruction of a ship. It was the collapse of a legend. Grad was not the first, and certainly will not be the last, warship brought down by unmanned machines. In October 2022, the frigate Admiral Makarov, the new flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, came under attack right inside Sevastopol harbor. A swarm of improvised warhead-tipped naval drones struck without warning. Footage showed one drone skimming the water's surface, breaching the defensive wave barriers and detonating against the ship's hull. It didn't sink, but the vessel was forced out of service for weeks. In the Black Sea, such attacks are no longer rare. They have evolved into a new form of attritional warfare, where Ukraine doesn't need a symmetrical fleet, only low-cost UAVs, tactical intelligence, and perfect timing to slowly paralyze Russia's high-value platforms. Even beyond the Ukrainian theater, naval drone warfare has spread. In January 2024, an Iranian warship was struck by opposition drones in Bandar Abbas. In July the same year, Houthi forces in Yemen used suicide UAVs to hit a Panama-flagged supply vessel carrying cargo for the Arab coalition. Grad is merely the next broken link in the unraveling chain of modern naval warfare. There is no longer a boundary between land and sea, no longer a limit between conventional war and creative war. In the 21st century, warfare unfolds across digital networks, psychology, and moments of audacity. Ukraine had shown that with creativity and determination, even a smaller nation can confront a giant and win. At exactly 2:25 a.m. on November 14th, 2025 local time, a formation of 50 low-cost decoy UAVs operated by the Ukrainian Tactical Air Force began crossing the Black Sea, heading directly toward the heavily fortified eastern defense belt of Novorossiysk, the zone protected by the densest air defense network in the entire Krasnodar region. After more than 372 miles of night-long flight, they were now less than 25 miles from their target, Novorossiysk port. Their engines were burning hot after more than 2 hours of continuous operation. Fuel gauges on the control consoles at the UAV command center were dipping dangerously low. A few drones began to shake slightly due to the low-altitude flight and the heavy humidity rolling off the sea. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, until a Russian Navy Raptor-class patrol boat suddenly emerged from the darkness, not far from the tip of Cape Sujuk. Almost simultaneously, the crew aboard the vessel detected the threat and immediately unleashed a burst of 14.5mm machine gun fire. They managed to shoot down only 3 to 4 drones flying within close range. Moments later, the fire control team launched 2 Igla-S Manpads missiles, weapons designed to kill helicopters, now fired at tiny low RCS blips skimming just above the Black Sea surface. The formation instantly broke apart like a flock of birds ambushed by a hawk. One group shot upward, startled by the sudden attack. Another group dove sharply, hugging the water and riding wave reflections. The remaining drones held their course, absorbing incoming fire. The result: one Igla lost lock and detonated far from its target. The second struck the tail of a UAV, setting it ablaze in mid-air, but it did nothing to stop the decoy swarm from pressing toward the air defense ring guarding Novorossiysk port. Realizing they could not stop the UAVs, the Raptor's crew hastily transmitted an emergency code sequence to the Air Defense Command Post, located just 3 miles away. Only seconds after receiving the distress signal, the entire early warning grid spanning Krasnodar, Gelendzhik, Novorossiysk snapped to red alert. A network of 91 N6E Big Bird, 96 L6E, and electro-optical surveillance stations began streaming continuous warnings. Multiple inbound objects. Altitude low. Speed 140 to 170. Possible UAV swarm. Inside the Integrated Air Defense System, IADS, command center of southern Russia, the on-duty lieutenant general allowed no hesitation. He issued a single order: engage all targets, destroy everything. And that was exactly the reaction Ukrainian planners had been waiting for. Seconds later, the entire defensive grid protecting Novorossiysk awoke like a beast struck with a spear. S-400s, Buk M2s, Tor M2s, and Pantsir S-1s all fired simultaneously. Their active radar seekers came alive, locking onto the tiny white blips rushing toward them. Within minutes, the eastern Black Sea lit up like a military fireworks show. Rocket plumes from SAM launches, tracer streams from autocannons, and fireballs where several drones were shredded mid-air. While Russian air defense crews cheered their successful intercepts, believing they had neutralized a major threat, hundreds of miles away, inside a small underground command bunker in Mykolaiv Oblast, the Lyuty strike team was busy processing a surge of freshly updated data. The Russians had no idea that the targets they had just spent tens of millions of dollars in missiles and ammunition to destroy were nothing more than cheap composite frames, 3D printed or repurposed from salvaged commercial drones costing under $10,000 each. And their purpose here was not destruction, but to gather priceless intelligence packets. A detailed coordinate map had just been uploaded directly into the 12 Lyuty strike UAVs, now flying behind the decoys at a distance of 9 miles. They had launched only 20 minutes after the decoy swarm. Immediately upon receiving the updated target grid, all 12 Lyuty UAVs shifted formation simultaneously. 4 aircraft moved to the western corridor. 5 aircraft skimmed along the northern shoreline of Semes Bay, while 3 others plunged straight into the narrow gap between 2 radar coverage zones, a slit only 130 to 200 feet wide, just enough for the drones to slip through undetected. Each An-196 Lyuty measured less than 10 feet long, built entirely from radar-absorbent composite materials that reduced its radar cross-section to below 0.05 square meters, smaller than a Black Sea seagull. They carried HEI penetrator incendiary warheads with nearly 176 pounds of explosives closing in on their targets. At 3:10 a.m., all 12 Lyuty UAVs entered the final attack run, each diving onto its assigned target as Russian duty officers were still busy drafting their successful engagement report. The first 2 Lyuty drones slammed directly into the 96 L6E radar station at the Abrau-Dyurso Air Defense Cluster, a $25 million early warning radar, the high-altitude eyes of the S-400 system. The first drone struck the rotating antenna mast, shattering the entire horizontal scan mechanism. The second smashed into the rear power cabin, triggering a localized explosion across the electrical and control systems. Less than 10 seconds later, the command station radar screen went completely dark. Immediately after the 96 L6E went down, 3 more Lyuty drones closed in on the 92 N6 Gravestone fire control radar, the central targeting brain of the entire S-400 battery at Gelendzhik. This radar is an exceptionally sophisticated fire control system, responsible for tracking and locking targets for the 48 N6DM long-range missiles, valued at $35 to $40 million, mounted on a full 360-degree rotating platform to command airspace out to more than 186 miles. Lyuty drone number 4 slammed into the main control cabin, the hub operating the signal processing computers and the data link network leading to the S-400 command vehicle. Drone number 5 struck the phased array antenna joint, snapping the central rotation axis, instantly disabling directional scanning. Drone number 6 detonated beside the electro-optical signal transmission hub, destroying the entire data pipeline between the radar and its launchers. In less than 40 seconds, both core radars of the S-400 network, the 96 L6E mid-high altitude early warning, and the 92 N6 fire control were completely knocked out. The entire Novorossiysk region, once believed to be shielded by an impenetrable radar network, was now blind. Immediately, the remaining 7 Lyuty drones were ordered to switch targets and strike the surrounding S-400 launchers. At the northern Abrau-Dyurso site, 2 launchers were hit in their control cabins, igniting wiring bundles and disabling their firing capability. A 3rd launcher had its empty missile canister pierced, its frame severely damaged, with flames spreading rapidly across the support structure. At Gelendzhik, a final launcher was attacked head-on from the seaward direction. The impact snapped the elevation frame, rendering the entire launcher unable to raise or deploy its missiles. According to Ukrainian consolidated reports, at least 4 S-400 launchers were heavily damaged, and 2 core radars were destroyed or rendered inoperable, completely paralyzing the long-range air defense shield guarding Novorossiysk port. Buk and Tor units still remained, but without long-range early warning, the so-called impenetrable sky dome existed only on paper. The coastline corridor was now wide open. From a concealed launch site in Mykolaiv Oblast, the true killers of that night entered the stage. 3 long-range upgraded Neptune cruise missiles. Ukrainian engineers had spent 2 years transforming Neptune from a coastal anti-ship weapon into a long-range infrastructure strike missile. Range expanded enough to reach Novorossiysk from deep inside Ukrainian territory. A refined sea-skimming algorithm enabling flight just a few feet above the water. Upgraded INS hardened against severe GNSS jamming. When the SIGINT message came in, S-400 cluster in Novorossiysk temporarily blind. The Neptune launch crew received the final command, "Fire!" Immediately, all 3 long-range Neptune missiles launched 10 seconds apart. Each carried a 150-kilogram penetrator warhead designed to explode violently after punching through industrial structures like oil tanks, pump towers, or manifold rigs. They advanced over the Black Sea in a staggered triangular formation, each missile selecting its own route to minimize detection by the remaining Russian naval radars offshore. Flying at ultra-low altitude, just 16 to 23 feet above the water, the missiles vanished entirely from long-range ground and shipborne radar sweep. When they closed to less than 19 miles from shore, all 3 Neptune missiles entered their terminal phase. Their active radar seekers powered on, scanning for the strongest return signatures. And there they were, the tank clusters, manifold pipelines, and loading berths of the Sheskari's oil terminal, standing out like a training target. Seconds later, the radar terrain matching algorithm activated. Real-time seeker imagery was matched instantaneously with preloaded maps of each technical cluster, maps gathered earlier by Ukrainian UAVs and satellites. The targets were confirmed. Tonight, Ukraine would strike directly at the throat of Russia's oil export system, severing the flow of oil leaving Russia for the world at the final choke point before loading onto tankers. At 3:40 a.m., with all 3 Neptunes less than 7.5 miles from Novorossiysk port, the Russian air defenses, crippled for nearly an hour, finally realized what was coming. There was no time for verification, no time for orders. A surviving Pantsir S-1 near the port switched to emergency intercept mode. A volley of 57 E-6E missiles streaked into the sky in desperation. Simultaneously, 2 Tor M2 systems buried deeper inside Novorossiysk residential zones swiveled their turrets and each fired 2 short-range interceptors. 6 intercept missiles in total launched within 15 seconds. But it was too late. Neptune was flying at just 16 feet, far too low for radar stabilization. The interceptors veered off course, detonating over the water. Pantsir and Tor had just expended their last missiles, unable to stop what was coming. All 3 Neptunes were still inbound, now less than 3 miles from target. At 3:45 a.m., Neptune 1 slammed directly into the central manifold platform, the convergence point for every oil pipeline feeding the loading piers. The explosion triggered an immediate chain reaction. Pipes ruptured. High-pressure crude blasted out like a fire hose. Several automatic valves ruptured backward. Within 3 seconds, the entire manifold zone was engulfed in a rising oil firestorm, twisting upward with the sea wind, throwing a crimson glow across the surface of Semes Bay. Immediately after that, Neptune II arrived. It aimed straight for the eastern loading pier, where the oil tanker Arlen, flying the flag of Sierra Leone, was moored in the middle of its loading cycle. The missile struck directly at the base of the main pump tower. Its warhead detonated just above the waterline, triggering a dual-effect explosion. One blast tore into the pier-side loading structure, while the shockwaves surged into the ship's internal compartments holding thousands of tons of crude oil. A moment later, Arlen ignited from the inside out. Its hatch covers burst open like mine charges, the hull listed sharply to port, and flames swept across the deck. A spreading slick of oil on the water caught fire, becoming a hundreds-meter-long river of flame running alongside the pier. For Ukraine, this was collateral damage. For Russia, however, the strike on a foreign vessel carried consequences in diplomacy, maritime insurance, and the international energy market. Before the port's control systems could even react, Neptune III closed in and smashed into the technical control hub, the site responsible for coordinating electrical power, pressure management, and fire suppression across all of Sheskharis. The explosion did not produce a towering fireball, but it obliterated everything critical. The high-pressure pump network, the main electrical cabinets, the internal fire suppression pipelines, the automated central control grid. The terminal's entire emergency response architecture was now completely severed. With flames roaring into the sky, there were no remaining systems capable of containing them. In less than 90 seconds, with only 3 cruise missiles, Ukraine had pushed the entire Sheskharis export terminal into total paralysis. The massive crude oil storage tanks were punctured, triggering cascading explosions. The manifold sector and technical stations were destroyed, impossible to restart for hours. The pressure control center and pump command station were burned out. The financial lifeline of Novorossiysk port, an estimated 140 to 180 million US dollars per day, was cut off instantly. And the strategic consequences did not stop there. The CPC, Caspian Pipeline Consortium pipeline, the artery transporting oil from Kazakhstan and the Caspian region to the Black Sea, was forced to shut its valves along the entire route. Within minutes of the strikes, all tankers in Semes Bay were ordered to vacate the piers and shift into emergency anchoring positions. Oil exports through the Black Sea dropped to zero, at least for the first 12 to 24 hours, potentially longer if the fire suppression and pressure control systems could not be restarted. This attack did not only destroy infrastructure, it immediately shook the entire global energy market. Insurance premiums for tankers passing through the Black Sea surged 15 to 25% in the first 6 hours due to the elevated risk of UAV and cruise missile attack. Global Brent crude prices rose 2% in the morning session of November 14th, not because supply had suddenly collapsed, but because market confidence in Russia's ability to protect its rear area infrastructure had fractured. This was not just an attack on an oil port, it was a strike against the pillar of Russia's energy export system and the global logistics chain that Moscow once considered untouchable. A direct blow to the financial engine of Moscow's war budget, the very engine sustaining Russia's military machine across every front. With a single coordinated strike, Ukraine shook the foundations of the Russian economy, forcing the Kremlin to confront an undeniable truth. Nowhere is safe anymore. At exactly 2:58 a.m., November 25th, 2025, inside the underground UAV operations center, buried deep beneath Zaporizhzhia, a dual-signature thermal spike suddenly appeared on the IIR display. The AI system instantly locked onto the target. First signal: the NK-12 engine of a Tu-95MS, a strategic bomber airframe lying exposed on the open ramp. Second signal: a thermal profile with greater than 98% match to the dome-mounted laser turret of the A-60, Russia's one remaining high-energy laser aircraft. Both were sitting less than 130 feet apart, captured in the same frame. A target pair so valuable that even the Pentagon would flinch. No further confirmation needed. This was the kill of the night. There was no reason to let it slip away. But for Ukraine, this strike was still nearly impossible. Taganrog was not an ordinary airbase. It was one of Russia's largest military aviation engineering hubs, where two 95 MS airframes underwent periodic overhauls, a 50A EW and C platforms waited for maintenance, and most importantly, a single A-60, the only surviving airborne laser laboratory after the other two prototypes were retired. For Russian commanders, Taganrog was marked deep red on the operational map, a zone they believed Ukraine would never reach, thanks to its distance from the front line and the layered air defenses shielding the Rostov region. But that blind confidence would become their fatal gap, because the thing they believed could never happen was exactly what Ukraine had been preparing for months: a precision strike using Neptune missiles, engineered to exploit the weaknesses in Russian radar and kill with a single penetrating dive. At 3:08 a.m., beneath the tree line north of Zaporizhzhia, a disguised truck opened its launch bay. 4 vertical launch tubes rose like metallic pillars. Inside each one rested the weapon the Kremlin feared most at this stage of the war: the ground attack variant of the Neptune missile. Long Neptune, the same lineage that sank the Moskva cruiser. The fire control engineer stared at the final line on his laptop. A 60 laser testbed. Priority: 295 airframe. Secondary. If this launch succeeded, Long Neptune would bury not only a maintenance hangar and a rare aircraft, but also a laser weapons program Russia had spent 40 years building. The unit commander gave the order, sharp, without a single wasted second. Begin countdown. 10, 5, 3. A thunderous roar split the forest. 4 Neptune missiles, each nearly 16 feet long, shot upward in vertical plumes, jet engines igniting into white-blue flames that shook the hillside with shock waves. At altitudes under 50 feet, they leveled off, terrain hugging at approximately 560 miles per hour, staying below the detection floor of every Russian long-range radar, all of which were designed to track targets above 650 feet. From this moment, Taganrog's fate was sealed. At 3:21 a.m., inside the Taganrog Air Defense Command bunker, the 96 L6E radar screen flashed red. A duty officer jolted upright. "What is that? Jamming?" Within 3 seconds, dozens of tiny contacts appeared. They were flying extremely low from multiple approach vectors. "Drones! Drones!" the operator shouted. "Drones are here!" Panic filled the bunker, but the situation was even worse. A swarm of decoy UAVs was diving straight into the radar lobes of the S-300 and Pantsir batteries, creating a massive false reflection cloud. The Russian auto-classification system immediately elevated them to high priority due to the sheer density of returns. Russian air defense fell directly into the psychological trap. They had no idea these were only FPV decoys, cheap 6-inch and 7-inch racing drones worth a few $1,000s. Their sole purpose? To overload Russian radar algorithms, dragging every sensor and launcher into chaos. The air defense commander reacted instantly. "Weapons free!" Panzer S-1 fired first, its twin 30mm cannons ripping into the sky, sparks lighting up the airport perimeter. Seconds later, S-300 launchers fired in rapid succession. 5 to 6 48 N-6 missiles, each reaching Mach 6, each worth over $1 million. Inside the control room, the 96 L6E radar spun frantically, attempting to lock onto targets it could not interpret. The classification algorithms broke down, unable to distinguish real from fake. Each radar spoke a different language. None of them understood the others. That was the moment the deception peaked. Just as the Russian air defenses expended their last ready rounds, 4 real Lyuty kamikaze UAVs emerged, each carrying a new penetrator incendiary warhead. Flying below 50 feet, they slipped through the blinded radar corridor. At this point, no Russian unit could react. They began their terminal dives, aiming at every critical node in the Taganrog air defense network. Within 17 seconds, the following key radar systems were annihilated: Nebo-M, L-band long range, the only sensor capable of detecting stealth and high-altitude cruise missiles; Podlet K-1, low-altitude detection; 96L-6E, the target classification brain of S-300/S-400; 92N-6E, the fire control radar of S-400. In that fleeting moment, total air defense dominance shifted to Ukraine. Nothing stood between Neptune and its targets. The moment the last radar fireball faded, Neptune 1 and Neptune 2 entered final approach, barely 12 seconds from impact. Flying at 23 to 33 feet, still near 560 miles per hour, they remained glued to the terrain. INS/GNSS kept them aligned, but final targeting now depended entirely on their IIR seekers. At approximately 16,400 feet out, the seekers began scanning the eastern side of Taganrog airfield. On Neptune 1's screen, a circular hot dome appeared, Hangar 2. Inside it, the A-60, fully fueled, motionless, waiting for tests. On Neptune 2's seeker, a long thermal shape appeared with 4 bright linear hotspots. The two 95MS, its 4 NK-12 engines still warm from maintenance. Both seekers locked almost simultaneously. No Russian radar was tracking them. No operator knew what was about to happen. In that instant, both Neptunes switched to auto dive mode, climbing slightly 50 feet, then pitching down at approximately 10 degrees, accelerating to maximum. At 3:11 a.m., Neptune 1 dove at 10 to 12 degrees, punching through the industrial roof, shredding fireproof insulation and steel trusses. The HEDP, high-explosive dual-penetration warhead, broke through the ceiling and drove straight into the left wing root of the Il-76 airframe, the exact section housing the A-60's auxiliary power systems. The main blast erupted beside the laser test module, sending an internal shockwave through the entire aircraft body. The hangar exploded from the inside out. Its high-capacity power units detonated in a secondary blast, forming a dense 165-foot fire column. In under 4 seconds, Russia's only airborne high-energy laser program, 4 decades in the making, ceased to exist. Seconds later, Neptune 2 reached Hangar 3, where the two 95MS sat undergoing overhaul. On thermal imaging, its airframe glowed with 4 hotspots, residual heat from its NK-12 engines. The missile corrected 2 degrees right, dropped to approximately 23 feet, then dove at approximately 8 degrees, striking from an oblique angle to maximize internal destruction. Neptune 2 pierced the workshop roof, tore through the support beams, and slammed into the wing root section of the Tu-95. The warhead detonated beside engine number 2, igniting technical oils and sending blast pressure through the aircraft's ribs. A fuel tank inside the workshop caught fire. Flames raced along cable conduits and maintenance bays, triggering a chain of internal explosions. Within 20 seconds, 2 irreplaceable platforms were annihilated. A 60, Russia's symbol of airborne laser technology, both gone, and no one believed it possible until it was too late. While black smoke still poured from the destroyed hangars, Neptune 3 and Neptune 4 crossed the southern apron to begin the final phase, destroying the fuel hub, oil station, storage tanks, pumps, and rail loading systems. This was not a normal depot. Satellite and OSINT assessments showed at least 8 massive fuel tanks, each holding 790,000 to 1,320,000 gallons of jet fuel, enough to sustain the entire southern military district and Russia's bomber corridor from Rostov to Crimea. At 3:13:08 a.m., Neptune 3's IIR seeker detected a perfect circular hotspot, a fully loaded fuel tank. The missile adjusted 1.2 degrees, skimmed at approximately 20 feet, and crossed the rail lines. 2 seconds later, it slammed into Tank 3, the largest one. The warhead detonated inside the tank, producing a fireball equivalent to approximately 1,100 pounds of TNT. A black mushroom cloud approximately 500 feet high rose into the sky, visible from eastern Mariupol. As Neptune 3 hit, Neptune 4 targeted the central pump station, the heart of the fuel distribution system. At 3:13:24 a.m., it punched through the panel walls and exploded at the pressure core. The blast ruptured valves, ruptured pipelines, and sent hundreds of meters of fuel lines flying apart. Flames raced along service trenches, igniting tanks 4 and 5 in rapid succession. Within a minute, 4 of 8 major tanks were destroyed or burning. The electrical grid collapsed. Russian personnel fled. Fire crews could not approach. The heat was overwhelming. Taganrog, once considered Russia's untouchable safe zone, had become an inferno. The fuel strike delivered a crippling blow to Russia's Southern Air Force logistics. Fuel supply to two 22 M3, Su-34, MiG-31 severed. Strategic bomber routes from Rostov, Crimea, Black Sea disrupted. Forced rerouting of fuel from outside safe zones. This wasn't a matter of hours. The effects would last for weeks. The destruction of the A-60 was more than the loss of an aircraft. It dismantled a decades-long program built by Beriev and Russia's scientific industrial complex. The world understood what Russia tried to hide. This was Russia's only operational airborne laser weapons program, used for anti-satellite tasks, counter-UAV operations, and ballistic missile research. Every component cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And now it was all burning. A strategic military program erased by a single missile. There was no backup aircraft, no replacement, nothing left. A few hundred meters away, the charred frame of the Tu-95 MS still smoldered. This was not a training airframe or museum shell. It was a working backbone of Russia's nuclear bomber fleet. A platform that carried Ka-55 and Ka-101 long-range cruise missiles, the same weapons that rained destruction on Kyiv, Odessa, and Lviv from thousands of miles away, far beyond Ukraine's defensive reach. It was also one leg of Russia's nuclear triad, alongside submarines and ground-based missiles. Ukraine struck precisely at the softest point. The impact radiated far beyond burning hangars. It reverberated through Russia's entire command network from Rostov to the Urals. If an A-60 could be destroyed inside a hardened technical hangar, if a Tu-95 MS could explode 3 seconds after being towed from maintenance, what base was safe? What rear area still existed? This was not only a strike on hardware, it was a strike at Russia's internal belief in its own territorial security. On a strategic level, Ukraine sent a message to every Russian air command. There are no forbidden zones, no safe distances, no strategic program you own is untouchable. After Taganrog, Russia's rear echelon shook visibly. Bomber bases evacuated aircraft. Radar centers relocated or went dark. S-300/S-400 batteries were pulled from the front to guard factories. Airstrikes on Ukraine decreased for days, not due to lack of munitions, but because they feared another strike could erase another entire fleet. At exactly 2:29 a.m., November 21, 2025, Western Crimea, 15 miles offshore, a formation of 7 Ukrainian AN-196 Lyuti drones skimmed just above the water, flying at an altitude of barely 13 feet. Each drone held a steady speed of 102 miles per hour, carrying a forward-mounted HEI penetrator incendiary warhead. Their airframes were built from radar-absorbing composite materials, with a radar cross-section of only about 0.05 square meters, smaller than a seagull. They were closing in on the most heavily protected airspace in Crimea, heading straight toward the Arai Ridge, home to Russia's primary early warning radars overseeing the entire Black Sea and its near-stratospheric approaches. At 2,500 feet, a PD-2 reconnaissance drone, call sign Ghost 4, activated its infrared camera system, quietly scanning and mapping each target below. The entire landscape resolved itself into a digital battle space, a lattice of radars, sensors, weapons, and surveillance systems scattered across the Atri mountain slopes. Most prominent among them, on the eastern apron of Kecha Air Base, a K-27 helicopter sat on standby. Heat blooming from its tail section and rotor hub showed the engines had just been warmed up. For Russian forces, this aircraft was the only platform capable of pairing with ground radar to detect sea drones or loitering UAVs. If it managed to get airborne, the entire Ukrainian drone operation risked exposure, which meant it had to be eliminated first. Ghost 4 began tagging each target, processing locally, then uplinking everything via the military Starlink network. Seconds later, the data was synchronized back down to the AN-196 strike swarm approaching from the sea. 2 minutes later, target distribution was complete. Drone number 1, K-27 intercept. Drone number 2, strike the 96L-6E. Drone number 3, hit the Nebo SV. Drone number 4, destroy the P-18. Drone number 5, neutralize the Lyra A-10. Drone number 6, approach the BK-16 patrol boat. Drone number 7, engage the Pantsir S-1 or its backup command sector. Each drone received orders through FHSS, frequency hopping spread spectrum, a constantly shifting, re-encrypted channel that cycled frequencies every 5 seconds. This method effectively nullified Russian electronic warfare attempts, blocking all jamming and takeover efforts. The moment the commands came through, each drone peeled away from the initial line of advance. They fanned out like independent arrowheads, streaking toward their targets. If nothing changed in the next 10 minutes, the entire Western Crimean early warning and tactical radar grid would vanish from the map. But at that exact moment, strange returns appeared on the radar screen of a Russian Baikov-class patrol vessel operating off Sevastopol. A string of tiny objects, stable speed, fixed altitude, moving straight toward the peninsula's most restricted airspace. The signals were so faint they flickered in and out with each radar sweep. The crew assumed it was sea clutter. But by the third sweep, everyone understood. This wasn't noise. This was real. A command snapped through the CIC. Switch to tracking mode, prepare missile launch. Seconds later, 5 surface-to-air missiles, worth tens of millions of rubles, erupted into the night sky without warning and without hesitation. They flew in semi-active radar guidance mode, locking onto reflections bouncing off the sea surface. The crew was convinced they had destroyed the targets. In 12 more seconds, a target eliminated report would be transmitted to Crimea's Coastal Air Defense Command. But as the smoke cleared, they saw something that shouldn't exist. The drone formation was still intact, unshaken, unchanged. Their objective remained brutally clear: cripple every early warning asset guarding Crimea's western flank. But to do that, they needed to bypass one more barrier: a Pantsir S, 1 battery positioned along the southern coastline. The Pantsir's radar swept endlessly, struggling to lock onto drones flying right above the sea. This was Russia's premier point defense system, designed to intercept cruise missiles, tactical aircraft, and medium-sized UAVs within 12 miles. But what it faced now did not exist in any Russian training manual. At exactly 2:35 a.m., the first 257 E-6E missiles blasted off their rails in semi-active radar mode. A third missile followed instantly. Within 20 seconds, 5 SAMs, worth over 30 million rubles, were on their way toward the Ukrainian drones. The Pantsir crew expected radar locking, proximity fuses, and clean long-range kills. But the expectation collapsed. Every missile missed, detonating harmlessly in midair. Meanwhile, the Podlet K-1 radar, optimized to track cruise missiles from 186 miles away, was nearly useless against targets at such close range. On Ghost 4's infrared feed, the AN-196 drones stayed perfectly on course, each one holding speed, every flight path unchanged. With missiles failing, the Panzer switched to its final line of defense, 30mm autocannons. Both two A-38M barrels opened up, unleashing over 2,500 rounds per minute. Streaks of tracer carved across the night sky, a beautiful but meaningless light show. Every round splashed into the sea, missing the drones by dozens of feet. The Panzer operator faced a problem he had never been trained to understand. The radar was functioning, the system was reacting, but every weapon was failing. The reason lay in how the Ukrainian drones were flying, maintaining a precise altitude of 164 feet and cutting perpendicular across the Panzer's radar beam, a maneuver known as the Doppler notch. And before the Panzer operator could process why his missiles and radar were failing, an even worse image appeared on the infrared screen. A second drone formation was heading directly toward the heart of Crimea's defensive grid. Inside the Kacha command center, an air defense officer barked orders. "Get the K-27 airborne now. Activate FLIR. Switch to manual UAV hunting. Turn toward Atri. Reinforce radar coverage." But as the helicopter started rolling off the apron, Liuti drone number 1 slammed straight into the Ka-27. The detonation punched through the fuselage, ignited the main fuel tank, and tore the rotor mast apart instantly. A vertical fireball erupted. Shrapnel ripped into the adjacent radar cabin, triggering secondary fires. The entire air navigation station was engulfed in under 20 seconds. Drone number 2 approached from the southwest, hugging the low ridgeline. Ahead, the 96 L6E radar tower loomed in the infrared scope. This was the target allocation brain for the S-400 Kuban batteries in the region. If it fell, every S-400 launcher nearby would be reduced to static decorations. The drone operator tightened his grip. Liuti number 2 climbed to 60 feet, just enough to lock its attack angle. Its speed nudged upward, optimizing penetration and explosive depth. Time to target, 7 seconds. At that point, the drone effectively turned itself into a live round, driving straight into the brain of Russia's air defense network. Impact. The camera jolted as drone number 2 slammed into the 96 L6E antenna. The explosion tore the entire top assembly apart. Cooling grids folded in on themselves. Radar modules were shredded. A slug of molten copper from the HEI warhead punched straight into the signal processing core. Result? The entire 96 L6E went dark. The control screens turned black. Nearby S-400 launchers dropped into passive standby mode. No target designation data. The S-400, Russia's flagship strategic air defense system in Crimea, was now nothing more than a row of silent steel tubes standing against the rock face. At Gvardeyskoye Air Base, a Su-30SM roared off the runway, carrying 2 R-73 missiles and its Bars-N phased array radar, hoping to intercept a low-flying UAV wave that had appeared on tactical warning screens. What the pilot didn't know, these were decoy Liuti drones, programmed to emit signals and follow highly detectable routes. Their only purpose was to draw Russian attention and weapons away, so the real strike drones could hit their targets. Inside the cockpit, the pilot received a clear order from ground control. Activate bars. Prioritize low-altitude targets. Feed radar data. Switch to infrared pulse tracking if required. 30 seconds after Bars-N went active, everything became meaningless. The display showed scattered white specks, non-stationary, non-repeating. The pilot adjusted scan angle, narrowed the beam, increased gain, but the targets continued to dissolve into clutter. Lost lock. Unable to maintain target. Signal appears, then disappears. Not enough to fire. Bars-N began its target verification cycle. To confirm a real target, the system required 5 consecutive stable sweeps, the minimum requirement to build a track file. The drones never allowed that to happen. They continuously lowered their radar profile, slipped off the beam axis, or dropped into the Doppler null region after only 2 or 3 sweeps. The pilot tried adjusting sensitivity, but it made no difference. Every time bars tried to lock on, the target simply disappeared from the screen as if it never existed. In the pilot's headset, the tone grew sharp. "Radar cannot maintain lock. I'm firing into the void." With no options left, the pilot decided to fire. An R-73 dropped from its rail. In under 4 seconds, its solid-fuel motor pushed it to Mach 2.5, nearly 1,900 miles per hour. A supersonic spear, engineered to kill fighter jets at short range with extreme agility. But there was a problem. The infrared seeker couldn't lock onto the target. Result: the missile veered 12 degrees off axis, lost lock, and self-detonated in mid-air. While the Su-30 pilot was still scrambling to chase the second UAV wave, drone number 3 had already completed its attack arc, diving straight into the dome of the Nebo SV radar. At exactly 2:47:41 a.m., it performed a dive from 72 feet. The HEI penetrator incendiary struck dead center on the dome. Composite panels ripped open. Blast pressure peeled the outer shell backward like an inverted parachute. A jet of molten copper, formed by the high-velocity penetrator, burned deep into the transmitter core. The radar's radio frequency output vanished from the spectrum in exactly 1 second. Kacha Air Base instantly lost the ability to detect stealth aircraft, long-range cruise missiles, and all high-altitude threats. The Nebo SV, once the backbone for tracking platforms like the F-35, was now nothing more than a heap of smoldering debris. From the northwest, drone number 4 hugged the mountainside, hiding within natural shadows, only 20 to 26 feet off the ground. Ahead, the P-18 Terex radar glowed clearly in infrared, a 39-foot mesh antenna spinning slowly between 2 ridgelines like an isolated spine. This was the last operational low-altitude UAV defense layer. Its meter band frequency had been optimized for tracking low-altitude drones, especially in cluttered terrain. If this radar fell, the southern flank and all airspace under 330 feet would go completely blind. At exactly 2:47:59 a.m., drone number 4 locked its target. Dive angle, 38 degrees. Impact speed, approximately 100 miles per hour. The strike hit the power converter cluster at the antenna base. The explosion produced no massive fireball, but it snapped the rotation shaft and ignited the signal transmission module. The P-18 Terex was reduced to a charred tilted antenna swaying in the wind. From the southeast, drone number 5 skimmed the tree line and crossed the auxiliary runway. Through the infrared lens, the Lyra A-10 radar station glowed hot, a cubic thermal beacon guiding all landing and navigational operations for Kacha Air Base. At 2:48:15 a.m., the drone aligned its attack vector and drove straight into the rear service hatch, where the radar's switching cabinets were housed. Impact altitude, 30 feet. The penetrator warhead detonated inside the transmitter core. Doppler processors and phase generators melted instantly. The Lyra A-10 went offline. Kacha Air Base was now blind. Russian aircraft could no longer return safely in low visibility conditions. At the S-400 Kuban command post, alarms flashed red. No input from 96L6E. Nebo link lost. Unable to track. Inside Crimea's Air Defense Coordination Center, red alerts blinked across 6 control stations simultaneously. The S-400 system reported status blind. Every Panzer, Tor, S-300 and S-400 unit on the peninsula had lost its sensor nerve center. Western Crimea's strategic air defense architecture had collapsed. On airspace control maps used by both Russia and NATO, Crimea once operated over 12 synchronized radar stations, covering 3 surveillance layers: long-range, mid-range, and low-altitude. Tonight, nearly 40% of that capability evaporated. No more low-altitude UAV detection, No more long-range over-the-sea warning. No more coordination between radars, launchers, and command centers. Crimea, the most fortified region in Russia's arsenal, had become a blind airspace. Anything entering it would not be detected. From Sevastopol to Gvardeyskoye, Russian air defense stations transmitted status reports no one wanted to read, but the Russian Ministry of Defense could not acknowledge any of it publicly. Meanwhile, Ukraine's HUR posted footage online, UAVs dodging Panzer fire, thermal video of a Ka-27 erupting into flames, the direct hit on the 96 L6E, the shattered radar dome of Nebo SV, P-18 Nebo SV, Lyra A-10, one by one, every radar cluster went dark. The OSINT community confirmed the coordinates, Kacha, Atri, Crimea, leaving Russia no room for denial. 27 was more than eliminating a platform. It severed the ears and eyes of the Russian Navy. The Ka-27 isn't a fighter, but it is the center of Russia's ASW, patrol, and maritime navigation ecosystem. Losing one in combat-ready condition at Kacha was a direct blow to fleet coordination, something Russia cannot easily replace. The destruction of these radars didn't merely blind Crimea temporarily. It peeled away the sensor layers protecting the western flank. From now on, every Ukrainian strike would require fewer drones, less effort, and carry a higher chance of success. Russia's air defense wall was no longer intact. Crimea was no longer safe. And above all, Ukraine gained something priceless: psychological space. When a cheap drone can pierce the heart of Russia's air defenses without being shot down, faith in the system, in command, in the rear, begins to collapse. For Ukraine, the message was unmistakable. Crimea is no longer a fortress. We can come any time we choose, and when we do, no one will stop us. At 3:42 p.m., 21st October 2025. On the command screen of Ukraine's Strategic Strike Division, an infrared feed from a Horlitsia E UAV at 6,200 meters locked on the objective with surgical clarity, the Bryansk chemical plant. This was not an ordinary factory. It was the industrial heart of the Bryansk region, the chemical lung that fed the southwestern front. The complex covered more than 18 hectares. Every week it produced over 60 tons of explosives, propellants, and specialized feedstocks, the exact chemistry used to build cruise missiles, kamikaze UAVs, and heavy artillery propellants. More than 40% of the propellant consumed in Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, and Donetsk traced back to the nitrate pressing lines inside Bryansk's reinforced concrete workshops. In minutes, a coordinated multi-vector strike, electronic deception, low-level penetration, and Western cruise missiles launched from Ukrainian aircraft would turn the Bryansk skyline into a daytime pyrotechnic spectacle, reducing a Russian defense industry node valued at over $1.2 billion to a burning ruin. From the southwest, roughly 140 kilometers out, two Su-24M crews, call signs Torch 1 and Torch 2 from the 7th Tactical Air Regiment, cut across a radar corridor. They hugged the deck at 88 to 92 meters and held 870 kilometers per hour. Each aircraft carried a single Storm Shadow on the center pylon, about 1,300 kilograms, longer than 5 meters, occupying the bay between the main gear and the central pylon. Fitted with a 450-kilogram Broach tandem warhead, a two-stage penetrator followed by a heavy blast, the munition could defeat reinforced concrete beyond 3 meters of depth. The deception phase began earlier, at 3:17 p.m., when a swarm of 12 Horlitsia E electronic decoy UAVs launched simultaneously from mobile rails west of Chernihiv. They split into small teams and fanned out to create multiple false ingress vectors. One bird climbed to high-altitude reconnaissance at 6,200 meters, The other 11 carried radar replay modules that mimicked Storm Shadow radar returns in the 2.9 to 3.1 GHz band, modulated to simulate flight at roughly Mach 0.8. As they crossed the northern air defense perimeter of Bryansk, at least 6 decoys were detected and consumed by short-range defense systems. Pantsir S-1 and SA-15 tore M2 batteries patrolling the industrial ring. That attrition was intentional and operationally acceptable. 5 decoys pressed deeper, continuously broadcasting spoof returns while overlaying L1 over L2 GPS jamming. Over the next 6 minutes, emissions from the surviving UAVs forced the S-400's 92N6E gravestone radar at Melitopol to rotate its antenna about 28 degrees off axis and reassign its scan sector to handle localized interference. Regional Air Defense Control automatically reallocated surveillance resources northward, precisely where the spoofed data showed multiple low-level incursions. The result was an overloaded, misdirected Russian picture. From the south, the 2 Su-24Ms slipped into the low-altitude radar lane, flying below 90 meters and effectively invisible to the dispersed radar nodes. At exactly 4:10 p.m., with roughly 20 kilometers to the target, both crews prepared for release, and then a technical fault arrived. The weapons bus voltage spiked plus 2.4 volts above nominal, triggering a PWR surge alert. Pilots switched to an auxiliary stabilization circuit, an improvised voltage regulator hand built by Ukrainian engineers from recovery gear. Weapons remained armed and mission-capable. Torch 1 throttled back to synchronize with the planned ground radar blackout. Its radar warning receiver reported intermittent emissions, the hallmark of semi-active Russian scans. The Storm Shadow's weapon controller entered inertial standby and confirmed preloaded reference imagery, including thermal signatures, rooftop geometry, vent clusters, and ingress points for the nitrocellulose processing hall. Torch 2, flying 2 kilometers parallel, reported a backup guidance feed from Horlichia E, a real-time electronic map of local jamming that identified sectors masked by Kushuka 4 systems. Then, Torch 1's RWR flashed red. A Big Bird S-300 radar had registered a return. Russian reaction was faster than expected. 4 Pantsir S-1 mounts near Gorky slewed west, but failed to acquire the low-flying Su-24s. At 4:20 minutes and 38 seconds p.m., the cockpit interface confirmed weapon ready, GPS lock. Torch 1's Storm Shadow completed image reference synchronization. Countdown, 3 minutes. The missile's skin temperature rose as its pressure regulation systems primed. The turbojet start sequence held on standby. At 4:23 p.m., the release order was given. Torch 1's Storm Shadow left its rail. The turbojet spooled in 1.8 seconds, control surfaces locked for cruise, and the missile settled at about 880 kilometers per hour toward Bryansk's industrial core. Torch 2 delayed its launch by 15 seconds to stagger impact times. A transient current spike of roughly 30 amps stressed an auxiliary feeder. The improvised stabilization rig absorbed the surge and kept the mission live at 4:23 minutes and 15 seconds p.m. The second Storm Shadow left its rail. It wandered 4 degrees off axis and began its final approach from the southwest. The missile's INS started to record micro-accelerations, continuously cross-referencing against the digital terrain map and keeping its positional error under 5 meters. The Su-24s peeled away immediately after release, descending below 90 meters, switching on their self-protection suites and egressing back toward Poliske. The Ukrainian Air Battle Coordinator confirmed both weapons had cleared the aircraft cleanly, no interceptions had occurred, guidance remained stable, and GPS integrity held at an acceptable level despite Kushuka 4 jamming. Ahead of them, the 2 Western cruise missiles ran a pre-programmed course. The human phase of the mission was over. From this point, the remaining work belonged to algorithms, sensors, and a flight path that had been baked into the weapon's memory weeks earlier. At 4:23 minutes and 42 seconds p.m., the first Storm Shadow rode steady at a cruise altitude under 30 meters, skimming a sparse tree belt south of Bryansk at nearly 880 kilometers per hour. It kept altitude via pressure sensors and inertial updates, wings fully extended. The navigation stack, an INS fused with Tercom terrain matching algorithms, continuously corrected the flight path from onboard digital maps, allowing the missile to operate without satellite fixes. GPS signals faded as the missile entered the zone masked by the Kushuka 4 emitter, positioned a few kilometers from the target. The internal guidance logic continued to run autonomously, holding net navigation error within safe margins. Every 0.5 seconds, the system ingested acceleration updates and adjusted flight parameters via an internal interpolation module. At 4:24 minutes and 17 seconds p.m., the second missile trailed by about 2.5 kilometers, flying on a track offset by 4 degrees and preparing to approach from the southwest. The crossed approach geometry was deliberate. Force any remaining point defense systems to split tracking loads. Below, the SA-15 battery east of Bryansk still scanned westward, where the decoy UAVs kept broadcasting false returns. The battery had not yet detected any signature from the Storm Shadow duo. At 4:25 minutes and 12 seconds p.m., the first missile overflew the southern substation of the Bryansk complex. Its image-matching routines began to engage. Live frames were compared against preloaded reference data. The M3 building, the nitrate and ethyl centralite processing hall, was positively identified. Sloped roof, triple exhaust stacks, steel frame. Match probability, 92.6%. Target lock confirmed. Flight control surfaces trimmed for the final intercept, minus 3.2 degrees, optimizing the penetration angle. 6 seconds later, the second missile acquired a secondary target, the Central Administration Block C1, roughly 300 meters from M3. Geometry and structure matched the signatures of control rooms and production line command nodes. At 4:25 minutes and 20 seconds p.m., as both Storm Shadows crossed the edge of the industrial belt, nearby short-range air defense, a Tor M2 battery sighted on the eastern logistics perimeter, escalated autonomously to Tactical Priority 1. A control console alarm declared, "Anomaly detected. Sector 186 degrees to 204 degrees. Altitude, ultra-low." Gun director mounts slewed toward the alert and switched to combat ready. The missiles were now at about 3.2 kilometers, barely 13 seconds of flight, and at such ultra-low altitude, they only appeared in radar during a handful of sweeps. Twin 30mm 2A38 guns opened short bursts, while a 57E6 missile was launched, 2.8 seconds after target lock. A hail of shells and the single interceptor followed, but the shot group failed to catch the high-speed, low-flying threats. Fire control radar was momentarily blinded by terrain clutter returns, a common failure mode against pop-up, sea-skimming, or treetop-level targets at speed. The 57E6, guided by radar, detonated more than 180 meters from its aim point. On the operator console, a final red banner appeared. Weapon locked, impact imminent. 7 seconds later, the first Storm Shadow struck the roof of Hall M3 at a minus 3.2 degree angle. Its tungsten carbide penetrator punched through corrugated sheeting, severed stainless exhaust stacks, and smashed into 0.7 meters of reinforced concrete. Penetration depth peaked at roughly 3.2 meters. The secondary detonation produced a compressive shockwave that collapsed the steel trusswork on the second level and drove burning gases into adjacent storage. Chain reactive fires erupted as drums of nitroglycerin, organic solvents, and thermal stabilizers were violently overpressured. Flames leapt more than 40 meters into the sky, a pillar of fire visible from downtown Bryansk over 6 kilometers away. At 4:25 minutes and 30 seconds p.m., the second storm shadow impacted the C1 administration block at a plus 4.6 degree strike angle, the penetration point just inside the western eave where primary control racks and coordination servers were housed. The blast sheared the roof away, destroyed high-capacity switchgear, and triggered catastrophic secondary electrical fires. Electromagnetic transients from the explosion severed remaining command and control signal paths. The plant's coordination system collapsed. At the Bryansk Chemical Plant Control Center, operator screens all flipped to Lost Feed, System Error 504. Telemetry from production lines E2 and E3 vanished. Backup channels could not bring systems online because auxiliary transformers had been destroyed in the second blast. The sub-distribution board on C1's first floor ignited, multiple main breakers tripped, and temperatures exceeded safe thresholds across chemical storage zones. Within 7 seconds, the entire production control hub, synthesis lines, and auxiliary power station were rendered functionally inoperative on any short-term recovery timeline. At the Russian Military Monitoring Center in Klintsy, the plant's control feed went dark, only 4 seconds after the second explosion. The signal across the entire network went down, forcing technical teams to switch to backup systems. But the optical switchgear had been damaged by an electrical surge. The connection was completely lost, with no possibility of restoration. At 4:30 minutes and 45 seconds p.m., the plant's automatic fire suppression system activated, but water pressure measured below 2.1 bar insufficient to reach the second level of Hall M3. The blaze ran down to the ground floor where 16 drums of ethyl nitrate sat unsealed. Fire spread into the adjacent D2 warehouse, which stored raw RDX compound. If temperatures stayed above safety thresholds for the next 90 seconds, thermal autoignition would occur. At 4:32 minutes and 5 seconds p.m., a high-altitude reconnaissance infrared feed confirmed the scale of destruction. The control center, main plant, auxiliary power station, and 2 satellite warehouses had been destroyed. Surface temperatures rose by plus 73 degrees Celsius within 4 minutes. A smoke column formed, climbing over 200 meters and carrying corrosive gases, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and volatile industrial solvents. By 4:40 p.m., smoke still curled upward as a black pillar over Bryansk. The chemical complex's core had become a tangle of warped steel and crushed concrete. Preliminary assessments, incomplete but conclusive, showed that the primary propellant line was neutralized. At least 2 reactive material depots had detonated. The central control power grid was dead. The ammunition supply chain to the southwestern front was effectively severed. Initial estimates indicated a 25 to 30% short-term drop in RDX output, forcing Russia to redistribute production to its remaining 2 plants. Delivery schedules for missile systems such as Iskander-M, S-300, and Tornado-G were expected to slip by at least 3 to 4 weeks. Propellant supplies for artillery and UAV munitions were disrupted, especially in the Bryansk-Kursk assembly hubs. Without Bryansk's feedstock, ammunition plants in Tula, Kursk, and Belgorod would be forced to halt production almost immediately for lack of material. Iskander-M warheads would remain empty casings awaiting propellant, and the southwestern front's fire tempo would collapse overnight. The strike on Bryansk was not only a technical success, it was a strategic statement. Even deep inside Russia, the most critical links in its military supply chain can be broken if deprived of adaptive layered air defense. The operation compelled Moscow to confront its vulnerabilities while proving Ukraine's ability to execute precision strikes with intelligent, high-accuracy weapons despite heavy jamming and multi-tiered defenses. As dusk settled over the Bryansk skyline, a single monochrome line blinked on the command display in Chernihiv. Target neutralized. A keystroke followed. Hold posture. Monitor reaction. No one spoke, but everyone understood. The next operation was already set in motion. September 25th, 2025. Exactly 4:30 a.m. at the Tuapse oil port, Krasnodar Krai. The Tuapse coastal defense system was immediately activated. Sirens wailed continuously throughout the Russian command sector. Seconds later, the long-range Horizon X radar, directly linked to a classified defense base, confirmed two unidentified signals appearing on screen. They had extremely small radar cross-sections, moving toward Novorossiysk and Sochi at around 40 miles per hour. No identification signal, no AIS data, no match to any patrol or civilian vessels in the area. They appeared suddenly within a range of only 6 miles, with total payload automatically estimated at over 1,300 pounds of high explosives. An emergency protocol was declared: imminent threat, high speed, clear intent. Within just 30 seconds after confirmation, the coastal defense network switched to full combat mode and operated almost flawlessly. The Sigma-9 fire control radar from high-altitude air defense batteries around Krasnodar began sweeping the southern waters. At mid and low altitude, twin 2A40 25mm cannons of the Sentinel-2 system opened fire, pouring 800 rounds per minute straight toward the horizon. From the shore, heavy 14.5mm machine guns along the breakwater joined in. Only 3 minutes later, both unidentified USVs exploded, vanishing from radar. In a command bunker near Sochi, about 55 miles from Tuapse, a young warrant officer saw the last target signal fade off his screen and instantly reported to headquarters. "Area secure. All targets neutralized." That report, when it reached higher command, marked the downfall of his career. What they believed to be victory was, in fact, a deadly trap meticulously set by Kiev, and Russia had just walked straight into it. Every aspect of how the Tuapse port's defense grid operated, its reaction time, fire density, and target tracking behavior had been fully recorded. All radar signals, weapon telemetry, firing angles, and even detection blind spots were transmitted directly to the operations command center, located more than 310 miles away, inside an underground facility near Odessa, Ukraine. There, Ukrainian officers monitored the entire engagement through infrared cameras mounted on the decoy USVs, the same ones Russia's coastal defenses had just destroyed in what was essentially a forced tactical reflex drill. They were precisely two Sea Stalker USVs, equipped with forward-mounted IR cameras streaming live video back to command through one-way encrypted channels. Their carbon fiber and composite hulls not only reduced radar cross-section to 0.15 square meters, but also allowed for mass production at low cost. Dozens of such units could be rapidly built in hidden coastal workshops, enough to overwhelm an enemy's radar system. They were preloaded with digital terrain maps, sprinting toward shore at 40 miles per hour, completely below effective detection thresholds. But when they came within 6 miles, the rules changed. From stealth, they shifted to reaction trigger phase. Equipped with heat signature simulators, radar reflectors, and false signal transmitters, they stretched Tuapse's entire detection network to its limits. Exactly as scripted, the Tuapse defense grid awoke and unleashed dense fire. Radars, anti-air guns, and heavy machine guns all fired in unison. The Sea Stalkers did not retaliate. They died fulfilling their role, the opening move of a much larger game. For Russia, it looked like a flawless defense. For Ukraine, it was a pawn sacrifice to create space. A decoy strategy drawn to force the enemy to reveal its fire pattern and coastal defense layout. Meanwhile, the real blade of death was already closing in from another direction, just as the entire defense system had been deceived. Exactly 4:35 a.m., while Russian air defenses were still dumping their third volley into radar phantoms. A formation of 4 Sea Hunter USVs slipped through the uncovered gap, approaching the port from seaward. There, 2 massive oil tankers of the so-called Dark Fleet were moored tightly along the dock. Huge steel giants, weighing tens of thousands of tons, lay dormant like sleeping beasts, awaiting millions of barrels of crude to be pumped through the maze of pipes across the pier. Among them stood out the Black Wave, a 120,000 DWT tanker flying the Liberian flag, registered under a shell company in Cyprus. Kyiv loved striking targets like this because, according to financial reports from Washington, oil revenue was Putin's only lifeline to keep his treasury afloat. Now the Sea Hunter formation had closed to less than 3 miles from the pier, preparing for the killing blow. The strike group consisted of 6 USVs launched from a covert mothership disguised as an old civilian freighter. The vessel was about 165 feet long, with a weathered wooden hull painted in rusty tones and no military markings. It carried an onboard Shadow Pulse electronic warfare suite to mask emissions and reduce the chance of detection by coastal radar or enemy ELINT sensors. On its deck sat 6 USVs divided into 2 mission groups. 2 Sea Stalker decoys were launched first, heading toward Novorossiysk and Sochi to distract, provoke, and trigger Russia's early warning response. The remaining 4, the main Sea Hunter strike group, held back, recalibrated their trajectories, and then switched to attack mode. Each carried over 660 pounds of directional explosives detonated either on impact or by remote command. Their targets were not coastal guns, radars, or warships, but the manifold junctions, the pumping nodes linking storage tanks with high-pressure transfer lines, the very points whose destruction could cripple the entire oil export port for days, even weeks. Hitting these meant far more devastation than striking fuel tanks. It was the critical weak spot in the energy infrastructure of the entire Krasnodar region. The mothership reached its launch point about 12 miles from target. At 3:40 a.m., immediately after, all USVs were deployed, detaching and speeding along their pre-programmed routes. Once its job was done, the vessel withdrew safely. Its return course was cleverly camouflaged, blending into real civilian traffic, using fake identification signals and normal cruising speed to evade tracking. 30 minutes later, it disappeared completely from both civilian and military radar. Exactly 4:45 a.m., the 4 Sea Hunters reached striking distance of the port. They accelerated simultaneously. Their jet thrusters roared to maximum output. Speed jumped from 40 miles per hour to 56 miles per hour, roughly 82 feet per second. Water exploded behind them, white wakes slicing through the dark sea. Range to target, 1.2 miles. The last active Sentinel-2 gun battery began rotating its barrels. The 2 Panzer systems had yet to reload after expending their ammunition on the decoy drones. At a distance of less than 2,600 feet, the 4 suicide USVs began to split formation into 2 groups. 2 of them veered toward the pumping station, the beating heart of TUAPS's logistics system. The other 2 maintained their central course, targeting the control hub and the oil tankers. The moment the 4 USVs were detected charging toward the port, the Sentinel operators, in panic, issued an emergency fire command. 6 40K-6 missiles shot out of their launch tubes, arcing into the sky with orders to destroy surface targets at close range. But the Sea Hunters were too low, too fast, and too close. The Sentinel battery only managed to lock onto the first target at a range of 1,000 feet before it hit the pump station. The interception succeeded, but it was the last moment of triumph for TUAPS's defenders that morning. The remaining Sea Hunter did not deviate. It held course and slammed directly into the main control building of the port's central coordination system. Impact speed, 56 miles per hour. The HX-9 thermobaric warhead detonated at the very instant of contact. Within a blink, the explosion consumed all oxygen inside the sealed structure. The pressure wave ripped apart concrete walls and steel panels, hurling control cabinets, electronics, and the entire operating system into chaos. The port no longer had a central brain, no electronic command. At exactly 4:46 minutes and 18 seconds a.m., right after the control building's detonation, The third Sea Hunter closed in from the left flank, holding its attack line toward the fuel manifold complex. Its target, the primary high-pressure pipelines connecting storage tanks to the jetty. The USV approached at a near perpendicular angle for maximum penetration. 2 seconds later, impact at 55 miles per hour. The blast shredded the main conduit system, instantly dropping fuel pressure across the entire network. Emergency valves failed to respond. Fuel began surging backward into the storage tanks, spilling across the manifold area. A spreading fire ignited within 20 seconds. The fourth and final Sea Hunter did not alter course. It maintained its original programmed trajectory, locked onto the black wave tanker moored at pier number 3 of Tuapse. At that moment, the black wave had completed roughly 90% of its intake. Its main compartments were filled, and the distribution system was running at maximum pressure. The hull leaned tight against the mooring points, preparing for final departure checks. But that ship would never leave Tuapse. At exactly 4:46 minutes and 29 seconds a.m., Sea Hunter number 4 rammed the hull directly beneath the bridge, right where the ship's main power circuits, temperature control systems, and bridge controls were located. The impact triggered the HX-9 thermobaric warhead, designed to detonate within confined compartments. The explosion annihilated all electrical circuits, incinerated communication equipment, and severed links to backup power. Moments later, the entire fire suppression system went offline. The vessel became a steel coffin holding tens of thousands of tons of volatile fuel, with no internal protection. Flames reached the mid-deck fuel bay, where tanks were fully pressurized. Heat rose so rapidly that insulation layers on the steel walls began peeling off in sheets. 10 seconds later, a secondary explosion erupted deep inside the hull, likely caused by vapor ignition in the confined gas space above the tanks. Fire surged upward from the stern to the main deck. Rising pressure forced the vent caps to burst open, ejecting thick plumes of black smoke. Fuel began leaking into the sea. The surrounding water turned slick with oil. When the flames touched the spreading slick, ribbons of fire raced across the surface, twisting and curling like living streams of flame, encircling the entire hull. There was no way to contain it. The black wave was no longer an oil tanker. It was a floating bomb, burning compartment by compartment. Within 90 seconds, the entire Tuapse port, from the control station to the pump manifold system to the pipeline grid and the strategic oil tanker, was struck at its vital points. Hours later, Russian defense officials announced that all hostile surface drones had been destroyed during the night and that every threat had been neutralized. But those claims meant nothing compared to what the world saw next. Images of a port engulfed in smoke, a tanker ablaze at the fueling pier, and damages valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars. This target was not chosen at random. Tuapse alone handled about 12% of the region's seaborne oil exports. The destroyed tanker had a capacity of roughly 800,000 barrels, serving as a key link in the dark fleet used to bypass international sanctions. The port's annual oil export value was estimated at $12 billion USD. Oil from Tuapse was more than cargo. It was a strategic lifeline, coursing through covert shipping routes and opaque financial networks. Shutting it down meant choking the logistics funding of the entire military campaign. With an average throughput of 250,000 barrels per day, even a short disruption at Tuapse translated to losses of 25 to 35 million US dollars daily. An official statement came only after images of the burning port flooded international media. By then, there was no choice but to confirm the attack had happened, and its consequences were catastrophic. That morning, as Tuapse operated at full capacity, Russian defenses never anticipated an assault from the sea at such close range. For years, the Tuapse-Sochi-Gelendzhik defense grid had been designed under a fixed assumption. Every threat would come from above, from afar, and through high-tech domains. A strike launched at sea level by small, low-profile, intelligent craft from just 12 miles offshore lay entirely outside that strategic paradigm. That blind spot was the opportunity. The mothership went undetected. The USVs were never locked on early. The radars had no time. A narrow window, just a few minutes, opened, and that was enough to cripple an entire infrastructure. By sunrise on September 25th, the radars were still active, the data links still open, yet the sea hunters had already hit and exploded before their eyes. Surface-to-air missiles couldn't lock on. Coastal guns couldn't reload. Operators couldn't even process what had just happened. On paper, the TUAP's defense grid was dense. In reality, all it took was 12 miles, a rust-painted wooden hull, and a sea-skimming trajectory, and even a fortress could fall.